the patience. We've been having a lot of trouble with our streams recently, and I'm ready for it to be smooth sailing again. And then Devil Gear, if you've jumped back in, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I saw that come through just as the stream crashed, and so I appreciate the support and I appreciate you being here. And so, okay, it does look like we're live again on the YouTube side, and so we should be okay. So the quick rundown of this deck explanation is it's in its core, it is a junk or clutter deck. It uses the like the Titania, the White Widow, and then hold on, let me switch back. Lord Machiavellian, thank you so much for the second month as a Prime member. I appreciate your support. We're just jumping in, and we are having so much love coming in. Sanctified, thank you as well for the support. Krispy Kreme, welcome in. And so at the deck's core, it is very much a junk or clutter. We have the Titania, White Widow, Green Goblin, Debris. That is our kind of clutter, like core 4 cards, because a lot of times you can get a lot of their space taken up. We also, in this version, have Gladiator. Sometimes you're going to pull one of those big cards, which is typically okay, because we'll have something like a Shang-Chi or Shadow King to offset it later on. But the big thing is making sure they can't use the resources how and when they want to. And so Gladiator can be a kind of surprising play. The Shadow King right now has a lot of value in all of the blobs that are running around, all of the scalable resources that are in the game. The Athena, the Silver Surfer. Shadow King has a lot of value in spades. We have Nebula as just kind of an add-in compared to what we had in our other version. We can use that as a way to help win one location while we focus on another. And then one of my favorite additions is Eliath. Eliath in this deck gives us the ability to surprise the opponent for that big last turn swing back in our favor. So if we have tempo against a negative deck, we can make sure that their Iron Man can't go off. Against a Silver Surfer, we can make sure that Silver Surfer can't proc. And it's surprising enough that a lot of times you can steal those big cube games back in your favor. So I'm going to try switching scenes one more time, which makes me so nervous now. I hope we don't freeze. All right, no, we're good. All right, we're still here. We're going to run just a quick set of ads real fast. Yeah, it's the nasty fart cloud that just takes everything away. Thank you for supporting players with no cannonball. Yeah, that's something that I wanted with this build. Was my last deck for clutter had cannonball in it. There was a lot of people asking like, what's a replacement for him? And I think in that shell, there's not necessarily a good one. And so it took a little bit of reworking, but I think this one does a phenomenal job of it. So before we get going, we're going to run a quick set of ads so nothing pops up during the stream. And then as people start filtering in, we also have a giveaway running. If you guys didn't know, we have a giveaway running on, it's going to be on this stream, but also on X. So if you haven't, you can check out the status here. If you follow me, if you like it, and if you repost it, we're going to be doing those drawings during this stream as well. And so we're going to run the quick set of ads, and we will be right back, you guys. And then Makoto, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Boosty, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully you had a good start to hopefully you had a good weekend. And so far, a good start to your week. You're streaming, so yeah, it's a good day. Makoto, I appreciate it. I think we jump in with a little bit of ranked ladder while Bar Sinister is still in effect. I think this deck does fine in general, but I think unless they're running something like Destroyer, it gives us some unique advantages here. And then Sleeper and DC, welcome in, both of you guys. Hopefully you're having a great one. Dragon Roost coming in as well. And so it looks like the ads are just about over with. And so let's see if we can split Eliath one time, maybe? No. We don't have quite enough. We don't have enough for Gladiator. He's one that I've split several times. He's one of my favorite cards right now, both in mill and just kind of in junk or sometimes Silver Surfer. And so I want to get a cool split for him, but we don't have enough boosters. So whenever it does the shop refresh, we'll be able to at least upgrade it one time, and then we'll be able to continue pushing him from there. But let's go ahead and jump into a couple of games. And then Disc Golf, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great Monday so far. We've been having an absolute blast. We're a little bit tired because I did travel to go to a wedding this weekend, and we drove back overnight last night. And so we are a little bit on the sleepy side, but otherwise everything is going incredibly well.
And so first up we have Supreme. I saw you playing Conquest against Harry. Wait, what was Harry's name? Was it earlier today? Did he make the video? First up we have Supreme Savage. Let's go ahead and play Nebula. Harrysham. Wait, I think I lost. Did he pull it through against me? Because there was one, it was really back and forth against Arisham. And I ultimately lost it, but that may be the one that I did lose. And so we do have Bar Sinister that popped up. I almost want to go ahead and preemptively throw Titania. There's a comeback. Yeah, so I think like he started with an early, I want to say 4, and then I came back and took a pretty sizable lead. They have the White Widow, right? Yeah. He came back, took a sizable lead, and then, or I came back, took a sizable lead, and then he was able to pull it out in the end. Either way, it was an incredibly close battle, and yeah, he won, got some absurd Arisham luck. Yeah, the Legion early was what took me off guard first, and then I started playing around it from there. But yeah, that first, yeah, it was a good one. And then B-Doggy Dog, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So the White Widow in Bar Sinister is super unfortunate. That we didn't have it in hand. So I think we have to look to streams back up. Yeah, Frankie Irony. My OBS crashed. And so I'm going to try to switch scenes as infrequently as possible here to see if maybe we can keep it up. Nocturne will help as an on-off switch against the Magic Lane as well. Yeah. And so in case they play here, I almost don't want to play into the big house, but at the same time, we kind of need a way to push the tempo back in our favor. So I'm going to go ahead and gamble with the Green Goblin. If not, we retreat. Okay. Wait, hold on. Titanium comes our way. Green Goblin's going to go their way. So maybe it's not a hasty retreat here yet. We have several turns to scale. Looks good. Looks really good so far. So White Widow guarantees hit here. We have to look out for the Nihilus. So Gladiator left to make sure that we don't hit the Annihilus. They don't send any of that negative junk here. And then we gamble on the Red Hulk in the right. He could also maybe do a Doc Ock in the right lane this turn as well. So it is the Annihilus. So it clears out the Goblin. It's a good thing we cleared there. We're gonna pull something in the left out of their deck. If it stays, then nope, doesn't stay, but Titania bounces their way, right? And so we don't have initiative. We could hope it'd be a Prage. Oh wait, no, that doesn't win. No, we can't call it back. Never mind. We never win this one. We'll jump out. The White Widow early is just so much to overcome. Without running something specifically to like destroy that, if you get swindled in Bar Sinister, it does become a little bit tough. I didn't think of Titania, that's why I never use her. I love the mind games you can have with Titania and being able to like outplay and be able to especially with White Widow, being able to recall that Titania back to guarantee that they don't have a lane capped out is like a 15-point swing. I think it's a 14-point swing because it's -4 on their side for uncapping it out, 5 away on theirs and 5+ on yours. Titania gameplay can be kind of annoying. Yeah, it can be, but I really enjoy the Titania bouncing. Sometimes I end up getting trapped in my own mind games too, but for the most part, it does end up being really good. And so Bar Sinister comes down. It is an Arisham gamer, so I don't know that they're going to have too many ways built in to deal with Bar Sinister. Ooh, they go ahead and just take it away. They don't want to deal with it. So the Arisham generated magic is fine. That gives us a lane to target with like Green Goblin. Dream Dimension is a little bit unfortunate, but I think it's probably all right. Your starting hand was all the highest cost cards in your deck. It was. That's awful. I didn't even notice that, G Money.
trying to decide if I should spend keys on Ajax or not is breaking my brain. Ajax is one that I'm not super high on, but he could also potentially have some cool utility. So I think the first week he's going to be pretty mid because a lot of people will be running Luke Cage. After that, I think we'll start seeing his real potential. But I'm not super big on him yet. He's one that I'll definitely have to either play with or see him played to know like what it looks like. He'll age like wine. He'll be better once more toxic cards come out. Yeah. And then Ishtaruku, welcome in. We are doing a giveaway today. We're doing several. So if you haven't, the on X is how you enter a couple of them. If you like the post, if you follow me, and if you retweet it or repost it, I don't know what it's called anymore. But if you do that, you're entered into that portion of the giveaway, and the other ones are just going to be live on air. And so Cersei changes the right lane into Wolverine and Black Cat. We do go ahead and cap them out, so we have a decent chance there. We won't be able to do like Doc Ock this turn, but we can next. And so either like a Gladiator or a White Widow. I kind of think we go Gladiator, Doc Ock on 6, Red Hulk on 7 as our potential line. And then welcome in Super Flame, Ben Rogers, welcome in as well. My thoughts on Ajax would be turn 7, use Enchantress on their Luke and Ajax. Potentially, I think there may be... So I think his biggest weakness is going to be that he's very susceptible to like what the enemy does or what the opponent does if they have Luke Cage. Finding a way to maybe build him around that. I think Ajax is 5, right? You can do exclamation point Ajax and it should. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's card Ajax. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Slammers, was like a Mary Ajax and just not look at getting rid of your Mary. But I think that becomes tough too. So I think it's that. All right, so if we do Red Hulk to the right this turn, depending on where they play, we could potentially position an Eliath to counteract whatever they play. And then Jason Kazama, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Bot is not updated. It's 7 power. Yeah, it's not 5 anymore. It's 7. So we do have the lead here. Ooh, if they can play all of their energy, we actually would only be able to tie there. We don't have initiative, so the Eliath isn't great. I guess it'd be better than the Doc Ock. The only thing we've seen on their end is the Doctor Doom that was built into their deck. Yeah, I think Ajax and Hazmat are like the idea, but it gets countered so hard by the opponent running Luke Cage. And so I think potentially when Cassandra Nova comes out, that gives you some kind of cool synergy without having to go with Hazmat. Because you're going to drain the power of all their cards in their deck, and then potentially things like Typhoid Mary, Scorpion. And then Lord, I noticed your recommendation there. So the advantage would be this, but if they can play anything over 10, then we maybe bumped. So Nick Fury is fine.
Believe in heroes.
Yeah, it's always a risk with Doc Ock. Ah, the Claw. The Claw comes down. We're not going to be able to beat the Claw power. I think it could work as a small package, though. Like, similar to, like, the Annihilus Sentry. Yeah. My thoughts for Cassandra is... Wong, Cassandra, Grandmaster, Tribunal. Would that get big enough, though? And then Shadow King would be... Claw is a good counter against Widow. Yeah, Claw ended up being a good counter against Widow for sure. Yeah, Luke Cage completely... So Luke Cage doesn't completely counter Cassandra, because Cassandra's on reveal. And so she'll pull the power. It's just whenever, even if Luke Cage was on the board, she'll pull the power until they play those cards onto the board. And so even when they do, it won't take that power away. I'll finally see Typhoid Mary outside of Sauron decks. I'm thinking the same thing. So we have Titania. Next up we have Ellen, and if we don't start doing better in the Bar Sinister, we may switch to Conquest until it goes away. Gamer, welcome in. You said I like Claw as a surprise card. Yeah, especially with the White Widow Bar. Yeah, it was definitely a tricky play that pulled us in. I thought we should have retreated, but my curiosity got the better of me. I thought there was a chance that we'd be able to overpower whatever you played mid. But good game is always gamer. All right, so Dark Dimension to the right. Since they've already sacrificed their Titania in the left, I think we go Magic. We go Magic over there. That way we don't have to sacrifice one of our cards. We have Nebula down. We just don't have any of our mill cards in hand just quite yet. So they go Magic as well. Interesting that they sacrificed the Titania and then decided to Magic. They may have just top decked it. All right, let's go Gladiator. I'm going to hold on to Titania for now. A lot of times she's that way to either finish capping out a location or just that surprise last turn like, kind of burst that you might need to win a lane. And so we take out their Green Goblin. This looks like maybe a mirror. They could be running the dagger version as well. That one does really good. Could be they don't want to think of Titania that too. They may not want to worry about the headache of it bouncing around. And so if they play in mid, we could do something like this. We stop ourselves from getting a rock. We fill up one of their spaces. If they play a card here, Titania is going to lock into their side, giving us one more space to play to fight for Crown City. And so let's go ahead and do that. I think that's where we're going to be able to cap out one of their lanes. Even though it's not like a direct way to do it, I think it gives us a lot of benefit. I like card designed like Titania. Mind games inside the game. Yes, absolutely. You can use it in a lot of really cool ways. Not just like coupled with the Green Goblin, but you can do some really cool lines to make sure that you usually will be able to get some benefit. And so we'll always be able to call the Titania back. I think for now we do something like Red Hulk left. Next turn might be Shang-Chi mid, Shadow King right, or something to that effect.
Oh, snap.
You could do it to the right so you don't have Cryo, yeah. That way we wouldn't have to worry about Shang-Chi going into that last turn. Drumpling, you said, I'll never forget the day you bluffed me super hard when you snapped on 6 to bluff Hela, but all you had was Blade. Drumpling, I'm so sorry that you saw that. I remember doing that too. I was recording for a video, and it was just one of those that we sent it. And so yeah, it's been quite a while, but I do remember that one. And then Zero Youth, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Space Wax, you said, I still think if you're running Magic in any deck, you should have a Nocturne too, as that threat of an on-off in a different lane you can pull over. You could. Like you could probably take out Gladiator in this one if you wanted to, but I like Gladiator as that way to potentially put them into unwinnable situations. Yeah, and I'll knock out the last weekend mission. We have a full another day, right? And Gwynpool's super easy to win with. Like it's not like it's a hard card or like a boring card. There's a lot of cool builds with it. 26 hours, yeah. 4 wins should be no issue. So it is a destroy deck. We have to look out for the Killmonger. We have to look out for Death. We have to look out for Null. You have this deck code. There should be. Let me pull it up, but I should have an overlay. Running. And if not, I can copy it for you. Oh, the untapped overlay is not working. Maybe I need to, I'll restart untap, see if it fixes it. And so they have the Deadpool in Hala. We could do, I think maybe we do Gladiator, because if we can pull out like a Knoll or something, you can cop from the add-on. Yeah, so for some reason the add-on when I loaded the stream isn't there. I just slotted Gwyn into Arsham. Yeah, that's another cool thing about Arsham is a lot of times you can just slot whatever card it is and you'll be perfectly fine. And so they've already dropped Killmonger. That gives us the ability to do like our Titania, a Debris, a much bigger effect. And then Astrid Weller, thank you so much for the resub for 6 months as a Prime member. And yes, we are we are so back, my friend. So if they don't destroy here, which I think they probably do, we can always do Titania Green Goblin and let them win this lane and be capped out. But I think they do either a Venom or a Deathlock here. So instead, I think we're going to do something like Magic left, pull Doc Ock to the right, and pull everything in. We have a couple of ways to counter those big cards. The biggest thing with a Destroy deck is mainly stacking their cards with Doc Ock. That's where you're going to be that's where you're going to be able to have the biggest benefit. Is if you can stack their big resources, you can counter it in one lane rather than it being spread across. What a name by the opponent. Yeah, it is. I mean, you enjoy who you enjoy. And so they're a Dexter enjoyer. I can't blame them for that. I think everybody is at least a little bit of a Dexter enjoyer. And so let's go with the Doc Ock. Right now we don't have our counter tools, unfortunately. Yeah, the Doc Ock works really good against Destroy and Hela. I do enjoy some Dexter from time to time. Me too. I don't think anyone can just completely hate on him. Usually I'll hang out in smaller streams just, you know, to kind of spread the love around, but I do like to vibe in his streams from time to time. So the Shang-Chi comes down. It was like a guaranteed pull though. And so there's Knoll. The Nico comes in, it copies the Death. And so they are stacked in Baxter Building, but they have another free Death somewhere. And then a Junkhead, thank you so much for the 1 viewer raid. Hopefully you had a great stream. I appreciate you being here. And so we could, on this turn, try to cap out that middle location with something like this. And it would come down to us drawing Shang-Chi, which I think is really scary. I'm going to hold Nebula, just in case that can be that recall factor for Titania in mid. I like how he's a true Cerebro and believer. Yeah, he believes in Cerebro as much as I enjoy Junk. We can't Shadow King right, because Knoll isn't ongoing. And so because of that, this would end up being 6, 5, 6, 7. Baxter Building actually hurts us. Had we ripped Baxter Building away with Magic, I think it would have been fine. One viewer added, Junkhead, every viewer counts. And so hopefully you had a good one. And I appreciate the raid over. And so Just Ichi, you said TLSG came to Twitch as soon as I saw your video. Welcome in, Just Ichi. We're gonna retreat out of this one. We're off to a bit of a rough start.
Escaped.
But it's all right. Good stream, good vibes. Whether we climb quickly is beside the point. Frankie, you said made a few Ajax Cerebro 9. Not looking great. Yeah, because I think it'd be super susceptible to, if there's like a negative location and the opponent had 1 or 2 cards, it'd like definitely jump over. And then TF Toledo, good game. Welcome in, very good game. If that was you that we matched up, we weren't able to draw our out in Shang-Chi. Otherwise, I think we were in a good position. C9 is my whole gimmick, by the way. I mean, if it's something that you enjoy, finding ways to make it work, I think there's not necessarily a wrong way to play the game. All right, next up we have Darkseid. Let's see if we can steal a win. Just play Ajax Hela. Yellow Jacket finally finally playable. Your best rank? So my best rank, I think, I know I ended one of the seasons top 100 or below rank 100. But I don't remember the top one. It could have been the season that I left. I know I was pushing, I think, top 50, but I quit mid-season. And so I haven't ever grinded super hard for like a high rank finish. But I think somewhere around like top 90 to 100 is around what my best has been so far. So the Nocturne in Bar Sinister is there to protect against like the Green Goblin, the White Widow, the Junk.
Opponent snapped.
With Limbo, they're most likely to turn it away at some point. But we have Doc Ock, we have Green Goblin, some clutter in like Green Goblin, White Widow. I do love garbage decks that somehow work. Yeah, those are always fun whenever you find a way to make them work when they probably shouldn't. All right, and we do have Magic. We could always Magic mid, and then that's going to leave them super susceptible to finishing off the counterplay. Now they could move a couple of Nocturnes and do Green Goblin, do White Widow, or they could do Doc Ock. Interesting. And so that is going to take our Doc Ock away. It's going to take our White Widow away. And so they're going to have this lane very heavily or easily locked in place. So I think it would need to be something like maybe Gladiator. I don't think it's going to mill this card, though. Next turn would be Red Hulk. We'd be susceptible to their Shang-Chi. And so I think especially with Bar Sinister, I think the flair of... Interesting. No. Unfortunate. So we will be able to play there on turn number 7. When did they get an Agatha? They had Agatha in hand. And Agatha was doing some work for them. And so Shang-Chi's able to swing this location, but I really wish we could play the Red Hulk out this turn. So instead, we could do... We'd have to play it now and hope that they didn't have a big finisher. That way we can throw Red Hulk to the left. I don't like throwing Shang-Chi early, though. No way Agatha did all that. They just top-decked it. Yeah, maybe. I think they top-decked it on the last turn. That's why all of the Nocturnes switched over to the left. But Titania would be okay here. Otherwise, we have to hope that they wouldn't have anything over 8 and no Cannonball. Which I don't think is I don't think that's a good gamble. We're going to jump out of this one, unfortunately. I think we're going to jump into a little bit of Conquest until 2. Because people are running... I think that people have been running into Junk deck for the better part of 24 hours. Yeah, I think they Cannonball. I think people have been running Junk for the better part of 24 hours, and so they've built things into it to make it more optimized for the location. Bar Sinister's kind of annoying. And so I didn't play any yesterday because I was traveling and driving and spending time with friends, but it looks like people probably got tired of the nonsense of just the straight up Junk. Do you think Arsham is healthy for the meta? A little bit no, but it's very, very close. So the reason I'd say no is that the reason I personally don't like playing against Loki and why I think Loki feels so bad to play against is because you don't really know what kind of range they can do. A lot of times it feels bad to have your own cards be played more easily and better than what you can play them. For Arsham, you don't know what that range of capability is because it could be anything in the whole game that gets generated. And so it's really hard to know what that potential line would be. And so it feels really bad to like either snap into or get snapped against with Arsham because you're more likely to like gamble and lose because you don't know what is possible. Versus something like Junk, if you go to turn 7, you have no plays. If you're completely capped out, you know to retreat. And so it doesn't feel quite as bad because you're still able to make that choice to leave. Arsham is just so wide that it's really hard to like pinpoint down what it can do. And then Jacob, welcome in. Hopefully you are having a fantastic day so far. And then Cosmo, you said that's why I fear Pixie. Yeah, Pixie can be kind of crazy too. Especially if you get a Pixie into a Mobius and you don't have any like wiggle room around it.
Snap. Opponent.
Gambit's lucky card. Thank you so much for the posture check. So I don't sit like a gremlin. Which makes it mostly impossible to know what they're capable of. Yeah. And then Hydrate, Lazy Coconut. Lazy 2 Coconut? Step 1, fight Arsham players. Step 2, have a headache. Yeah, it's really tough to know that range or that possible range. You said, I mean, anyone can put random cards in any deck. So that's not the issue. Because any random cards, it's not going to work as well as what Arsham does. Because any random cards, most of the time, you're going to need something cohesive, and it's good enough that you're going to be able to get a feel for what synergy they're trying to go for. With Arsham, the extra curve gives them that flexibility to do some really crazy things that you just can't really gauge what's in that possible play line. And so I don't think it's necessarily the random cards. I think it's just you don't know what that curve can be or what that potential output. If it's just a pile of random cards, you know generally well what that would be. So I almost think we Space Throne in, or I almost think we Goblin into Space Throne. We'd be looking for magic to rip away the Nexus. Because Kamartaj is already pretty filled. It's either that or we go Green Goblin left. Because with the armor, they could be going like a Shuri. And we have Shadow King to offset the Shuri. So maybe we'll go that. We'll forego our judgment. And so Nocturne, interesting. I think this is like a classic Shuri deck. The Nocturne is interesting though. I'm gonna go ahead and set up the Titania, so if they play for the Nexus, it's gonna bounce this way. You can always go Green Goblin mid. I mean, you could. Probably wouldn't be the best play, but we could go for it. You know, nothing better than sending a Goblin on yourself. You said you made it to, maybe it's Namora? Could be a Namora line. Made it to Infinite with your Surfer Hawk list. I've heard that the most out of that list than anyone. And I think because it does so well against the Arsham matches and it's decent into everything else. But I'm glad it was able to help you get to Infinite. Armor and Marvel look like Namora. It could be. If they don't move Nocturne this turn, then I think they'll be hurting. A weird one? Yeah. Can't Shang the Doc Ock with armor? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I think we'll be able to hopefully outscale it. We can Shang it because every time we end up pulling Enchantress. It is Namora. Very interesting. And so we don't have Shang-Chi to rip it away, but we can do Red Hulk, and then that would allow us to scale more than their right lane. So we'll take the 4, and it looks like they're gonna bounce out. This is a silver ticket. I haven't opened enough this season to get very many, like a backlog of gold. But right now we threw it into a silver. And so yeah, they knew it was gonna be tough for Namora with just like the clutter. So respect for jumping out of it. It does look like it's time for a quick set of ads. We're gonna run those, and then around 1 o'clock we will we'll launch our first giveaway. Do you think it would be too powerful to have a card that gains power like Null, but for discarding? I think that'd be fun. It'd be really crazy with Hella though. Yeah, it'd be really crazy with Hella. Let's go ahead and cue the ads real fast. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We have giveaways coming up really soon. And then if you haven't already, like, follow, and retweet this one. The X status here, that will get you an entry into the Twitter drawing as well. And so that will be going on. I'll do that right at the end of stream. And so you have plenty of time to enter. But I want to make sure that everybody that wants to have a chance there can. Just described Meek. Yeah, but if I think they were thinking like scale as big as. Oh, you said, oh wait, I'm done. Okay, never mind. All right, let's go ahead and we have about a minute left, but let's go ahead and queue up just in case the queue times are a little long. Yeah, I think it'd be definitely a lot stronger than null in most cases, because you can just kind of freely run like a Modoc, and then it could get really big really, really quickly. So it could always be like a 6 cost that kind of counteracts the Hella, but then I think with Corvus it'd be just a wild card. TFT Lolito? What'd the good game come in for? Then Little E342, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'm not sure that I heard it pop up. Oh, I don't have the alert sub.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Let's go ahead and throw, we're going against Hawk Tua. Let's go ahead and throw the Nebula into Muir Island so it scales. And then let's pull up our cat here. Then we can get the strolling ones here as well. Since I don't have the factor up right now, we can always move chat up a bit. There we go. Arky, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Glad to have you here. And then JR, you said, entered. I was about to buy the season pass. I'll skip on it for now, awaiting the results. Hopefully you have some luck. I'm going to give one away here and on X as well. So you have a couple of chances to pull it. So with Muir Island, I almost think we Doc Ox somewhere else. Maybe it goes Debris and then Doc Ock.
Oh, snap.
We'll go ahead and snap into it. So we'll do Debris before the Doc Ock. I want to pull as few powerful resources, not necessarily pull all of the cards out of their hand, but more so I want to make sure the lane is winnable. And so we're going to pull in as few cards as we can into Project Pegasus. And so that does completely cap them out over there unless they get a mobile resource. For the Rogue, the Eliath, and the Knoll. Knoll is going to be kind of interesting. Blob is going to be perfect for our Shadow King setup in the left lane. I like this deck. It's very anti-Gwynpool. It wasn't intentionally anti-Gwynpool, but it does do well against it. So Shadow King into the Blob is a beautiful thing. That would mean that we could do just something kind of small in Project Pegasus. So maybe Gladiator, maybe Magic to extend the game, a Titania to be able to win that lane as well. Let's go ahead and send the Green Goblin. I'm okay with the snapback here, because I do think we know the general range that they'll be able to hit. We do get the Gladiator, so something like this looks pretty good. They're going to go back to a base of 2 for Black Knight. This will go back to -3. This will go back to 0 on the last turn when we end up hitting the Shadow King over there. Are you winning, son? We weren't on ladder, but we are in Conquest so far. We're having some significant luck over here. And so Gladiator, unless they destroy their own card, we're not looking to set up the null line. And I think that's probably what they snapped into. But Shadow King is going to give us that free win over to the left. And it does set Nebula back to base, but they're going to be the -3, the +2. So they're going to be -1 versus what we have. Doc Ock is so good in Conquest. I like Doc Ock a lot. Killmonger incoming? Ooh, Killmonger would be crazy, right? Would have taken out the Nebula, scaled over to the right. And then JR Games, welcome in. How are the games so far? So far, so good. We're having quite a bit of luck in Conquest, at least on this run. On Ladder, with Bar Sinister still being featured, a lot of people were building around it. Factor is only currently in the USA. Yeah, I believe so. And then JR Ranson. Hi there, other JR. It's a reunion of the JRs. Welcome in, you guys. And so we have a second Magic. Unfortunately, that's not a great card to have duplicated. And then just Ichi. We will gladly oblige with the chat redemption of the snap. Just Ichi.
Victory.
We didn't even play a card and we won. I appreciate you. Calculated. Just Ichi knew what they were doing. And so Atilin in the left lane is kind of scary. You can call me JR too. Bar Sinister when you don't have a Widow. Yeah, when you don't have Widow, it's better to not play Ladder. Yeah, and people are building around that. You command that kind of respect. People are building around that potential play with like Jeff, Nocturne, and so it becomes really difficult when people know that Junk is like a very common deck in that line. I almost want to snap into this too. The Pixie play is great, but it's such a low power play into us being able to fill up that location.
Oh, snap.
We're gonna snap into it. Beanman, you said I've just been playing Gwynpool in Bar Sinister and going for the other 2 lanes. Yeah. I could see that too. But people were building very heavily against Junk decks, it seems. And so with Cyclops here, we could always go Debris mid. But I kind of like Debris right, just to make sure that Atilin gets a little bit fuller. They're going to shuffle their cards in this turn. Ooh. Not fantastic, but not awful either. Central Park makes it a little bit better. My goodness. How fortunate. And so I think we can... that Debris is a beauty. It's the only card I've ever spent for like one of the premium borders on. And the reason I could justify it is because you have so many of the rocks on the board that I can justify it. I think we get them with this. I think they play in Central Park this turn. We cap them out with Titania, extend the game with Magic. Then we have 2 turns to be able to overcome whatever they play. No, I was wrong. So the Doc Ock coming down in mid. We are going to get a Doc. I do like that Cosmic Border. Yeah, me too. Especially with the gold flare. I think it's really sleek. And so the Eliath comes down. We are winning here, thankfully. And we're winning here. We have the extension of the game. Unless they get something like Blue Marvel, I think we'll be okay.
Victory.
He said, yeah, that's why I put one of my good borders on Hood, because of the demons. Yeah. Yep, I could justify it, because it's like 5 borders for the cost of 1. The opponent had to pull Killmonger, and that's if it's in their deck. It becomes really tough really fast for them. I put one of my free silvers on Debris. Yep, I think Debris is if you use like junk decks or you enjoy those quite a bit, I think she's a great target for one of the either free unlocked borders or even one of the purchased ones. One of the cons of Arsham, yeah. One of the big cons of Arsham. So we could do Green Goblin. We could do Gladiator to be 16. We can rip away Crown City. I like the idea of starting with maybe Green Goblin left. Can you teach us how to Titania? Usually I don't do Titania unless it's like a guaranteed like outcome. There are some times where you can kind of play into the opponent's like play lines. So like if you have initiative, you can drop it so that they'll make themselves be capped out. But like an open board, I almost never play her. She becomes a little bit too risky at that point. So I think maybe we Gladiator. We can always rip away Cherie's Lab so that we get the doubled up cards and they don't. Or we could just do something like Debris. And then next turn, we have the option to do Magic. Or we just go ahead and rip away Cherie's Lab this turn. Do something like doubling up the power of Titania. It'd make it really important to see who ends up with it at the end of the match. But I kind of like the idea. Before ripping it away, they won't get any double powered anything. And we have the 10 power. Surely it won't backfire here. Surely not. We'll hope. So I kind of like Doc Ock to the right. See if we can cap them out here. We have Debris to put some pressure on, like, if they can get Titania back on their side or not. And worst case scenario, it's always within Shang-Chi range. Are we just playing Conquest till the hot location's gone? Yeah, I think so, Bean Man. I think so. I don't see how it could backfire. And so the Hawk, okay. That was a randomly generated one as well. The Morbius is not big. The Blob, however, is pretty sizable. But something like just Shadow King here would be pretty good. So we could do... They have initiative. Oh, this may come back and bite us. So we can do White Widow into something like Debris. If they play one card, then White Widow will send it back our way. If not, then White Widow's going to send it their way. Debris mid. But it doesn't do anything right, though. Wouldn't we want the extra power here? Vision moves. Just to add a little bit of clutter. And if we get Shang-Chi, the little bit from Debris would help us win, I think, the point differential or like a Shadow King. That one zombie, welcome in. So Vision does move. Beautiful so far. Doc Ock in mid. Okay, we can live with that. I think. So Gladiator's going to come in. Let's see what we pull with the Gladiator. The Coulson. So that gives them some extra resources. Not great, but ooh. Yeah, we are going to send it their way. Debris not going to cap out the left. Unfortunate. Never mind. It did come back and bite us. I can't teach you how to Titania, unfortunately. Wait, Titania comes back to us? Wait, it doesn't come back to us. You were the chosen one. Yeah, they can move Vision here. But since we can't win right, like we could at most tie it, which will take away some power here, but like they just move it and don't play left. I believe in you. Well, I'd rather, I don't know, even though it's only an extra one. Yeah, we could have tied right, but I don't think we could have won left or mid with that movable card they had. So we do have the vault. We'll not play Titania recklessly again. The 10 power definitely came back to hurt us. What's a meta you miss? I miss the simpler metas of just being able to do like Modok discard. And that be like a decent one. Like it never felt like it broke the game, but it never felt like it was awful either. Nico would replace. Did someone say Titania replacement? You could try Nico. Nico's kind of flexible, but Titania is one of those that she helps you win a lot of games that you may not be able to otherwise. Chavez discard, yeah, the Chavez Modoc discard era. It was such a simple like deck, but it was an enjoyable one. And so now I don't feel like something like that passes. I can't remember. Were you on a break during the X-Men? Yes, I was on a break during the VS Avengers season. Wait, they had something where the cards buffed based on the themes? That sounds awesome. I'm a little sad that I missed it. So if they play in mid, we can cap them out with the Titania.
Opponent snapped.
But we'll see. If you played all the X-Men, they buffed each other. Similar to the Avengers. That's awesome. I'm sad that I missed it. J4, you said, hey TLSG, been following you on YouTube for months. I learned a lot when I first started playing Snap. It's really nice to catch your live stream. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you enjoyed the live stream. Hopefully it's entertaining and you get some value out of it as well. But I'm glad to have you here. It was like if you had 4 X-Men in play. They Wheaton. I knew it was coming. You didn't learn your lesson, Wheaton. We'll see you back when you've had a little breather, Wheaton. So we have a lot of power over on the right. They only have 2 cards left in hand, though. So we could always try to do like a cheeky Green Goblin switch for the Titania, but I don't think that's what we aim for. I think we need to invest more in the left and then hope that we can just swing mid back in our favor on the last turn. There was also a Valentine's Day event where power couples got +2 power. That's really cool. I'm sad that I missed those. What with you climbing, or what happened to it? So I made it to 98 days, and my hard drive fried with the last like 40 days of the series, and it was right before I took my break, and so it was really hard to. It was really hard to. I was dealing with a lot of other personal stuff, and so it didn't end up happening. I do want to revisit the season at some point, or the series at some point, but I want some kind of significant change before that happens. So so right now the only thing that's changed since I started the other season was that you now want to interact with the booster shop. You didn't want to do that before. Ooh, that's a big Infinite on the left, unfortunately. And now you want to interact with the booster shop pretty much each refresh. I want some kind of card acquisition change or something that makes it significantly different. Before. That one, Zombie, you said that series made you realize how fast you could get to pull 3 using Conquest. Yeah, and now the crazy thing is you don't even need to use Conquest. As long as you log in, do your dailies, the booster refresh shop, you can use all of your credits there. You don't even have to push in Conquest at all. And so it's just like that early series is pretty smooth now because you always have something to use those credits on as long as you're interacting with that piece of the shop. And I actually just maybe 2 weeks ago, I actually ran a brand new account for 30 days, and I was able to get decently far, but it didn't feel like anything was significantly different. And that's why I didn't end up ultimately editing it together and releasing it. So I want it to be something like worthwhile to watch compared to what was released before. I think they should rotate the variant and cosmetic shop more often, maybe even add more slots. I think it does rotate quite a bit already. But I mean, I don't think any more would necessarily hurt. Give more people a chance to kind of buy some different things. The borders, maybe the cosmetic portion, like the borders almost never show up. I've seen them one time. Don't get burnt out again? No, I'm not going to. I'm enjoying my time so far. So, in the right lane, if we got magic, we could extend the game. If not, we can do something like this. Send it over. We could also just forego the Titania. And then we have a Shang-Chi. And so I think we're going to push in mid with the Gladiator. Next turn, we'll throw Shang-Chi to the right because their Mockingbird did get powered up. That's within Shang-Chi range. That is a big blob, my good sir. We do have Shadow King to offset it, so let's see what he absorbed. Shang-Chi, perfect. Loki, perfect. Hawk, Moon Girl. All right. All of those are decent ones. We could magic to extend the game. I don't think we want to, though.
Oh, snap.
I think we just Shang-Chi right, look at like a Shadow King, Titania, whatever mid to set this back. We could also set Taskmaster to 0, depending on where they played this turn. And then Jason, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Glad you could jump in and join us. So the Rogue comes down. The Shang-Chi in the right lane lets us win that one. And then Shadow King gives us another way to win one of the other lanes. So really the only thing we'd worry about would be, what, an Alioth? Since we go last, we can drop Titania without any worry or issue. Shadow King would set this back to 0. And Alioth would be troublesome. Otherwise, I think we're fine. The line, that's a big blob. I mean, it is. Actually, it's a pretty small blob. It just barely got to 15. I've seen them get bigger before. Any cards besides Arsham you think could be getting nerfed? Mockingbird. I think Mockingbird is way too powerful at 5/9 and way too easily to be able to play. She finds her way into too many decks.
Victory.
All right, nice win. Thank you, Waffle Brain. That gives us a gold ticket. So I think we should maybe launch up our first giveaway. Let me see. So we're giving away, on stream today, we're giving away one mystery variant, one premium mystery variant, and one a Gwenpool season pass. So I think we start with the mystery variant. To do that, we're going to give a giveaway code for you guys to use. So let's set it as Frankie. No, we're actually just about to do the first giveaway now. All right, and so the giveaway is going to be, code for it is going to be giveaway. Let me pin this message real fast. Unable to pin. And so if you put giveaway in chat, that will, I pin it. Strange. All right, I was able to pin it from my other tab. But if you type giveaway in chat, that's going to give you a role to be considered here. And then we're going to give away the first mystery variant of the day. Next, we'll do the premium mystery variant, and then last, we'll do the Gwenpool pass. And then for you guys that maybe have just jumped in, we also have a giveaway going on X. And so if you want to enter that one as well, you can follow the link to that X status. Make sure to like, follow my account, and then repost it, retweet it, and then that will give you entry into that one as well. And so we'll give this another minute to push off the ads. I'll actually run a set of ads. Ads here. We're going to run a quick minute of ads, and whenever those get done running, we'll do the drawing. So the keyword is giveaway. You can use it as many times as you want, but it only gets you one entry each time you use it. So let's run the quick ads, and then what happens if you already have the Gwynpool season pass. You wouldn't be able to claim it. I think you can use the season pass for next season. I can double check. So if you win it and you already have the season pass, just let me know, and I can see how long that would last. So let's run the quick ads, and then we will do our drawing when we come back, you guys. And then Beanman, what's a good build for Pixie? So Pixie and like Sentry, Cersei stuff can be good. You said you can't use the code for next season? Interesting. Okay. And then Dat1 Zombie. No ads for you because you are subbed. And then if you win the mystery variant or premium mystery variant, can you still enter for the pass? Yes, absolutely. So it doesn't lock you out for winning one. Like the chances may be relatively low to win multiple times, but I'm not going to exclude anybody from it. So we have about 15 more seconds, and then we'll do the giveaway for the mystery variant, and we'll send you a whisper with the code whenever that happens. All right, so I'll let it finish, and then we'll do the drawing. Okay, and so why does it say 3 minutes until the next ads? I'm gonna snooze those. So we are gonna go ahead and do the drawing. The keyword was giveaway. Just typing that into chat gives you an entry, and we're gonna use Nightbot as our method. It looks like we have several people that have entered. Let's go ahead and we will roll it really quickly. So it looks like Arky270 was the winner. I normally switch the scene, but I'm afraid to switch the scene right now because that's been freezing my OBS. So until I get that figured out, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. But Nightbot does give the shout out to Arky270, and so Arky, if you are here, there you are. I see the hi. So let me shoot you a whisper really quick. Congratulations, Arky270. We'll do a couple of other ones, a couple other giveaways soon, but for this one we have Arky. I'm gonna shoot you a whisper right now with the code for your mystery variant. Thank you everyone for entering, and stick around because we'll be doing a few more before too long. So we have mystery variant 1. When do the drops end? It drops in, I think we have a couple of weeks for the drops. All right, and so you can enter that code Arky270. I shot it over to you through a whisper. You can use that code on marvelsnap.com if you link or on the shop page, there's a redeem code section. You can plug in that code, make sure you pull your account, your Snap ID, and you'll be able to claim your mystery variant. Congratulations again. We'll go ahead and jump into a gold conquest run now as we wait for our next one. Have they said what they're going to do with Zabu? They haven't, but I kind of suspect that they're going to look at it for like an activate. What if I entered the giveaway right at the start and then redeemed emotes only chat? Ooh, G Money, that could be a strat. I don't know that I'd recommend it, but it could be a strat. I would start the emote only chat after all the giveaways, after the giveaway was done. But I like where your head's at. You're thinking outside the box. He said, so I basically only snap on mobile, so would it be any different on PC? Any different than PC because I have it on both? No, so it's the same. You log into your same account on PC, and so a lot of times I flip back and forth. Hey K8, we're not. We want to try and eliminate any kind of rigged chat whatsoever. I try and do them as fairly as possible. I do know some people. Ooh, and then Meltdown Kid will snap right off the jump here. I do know some people, you have the ability to kind of tweak the subscriber-only luck, so subscribers would have like twice as much chance of winning, but I leave all of those at base because I want everyone to have a fair chance. Oh no, okay. I didn't think you were accusing me of it being rigged. I meant because of delaying the emote. Oh yeah, delaying it until afterwards. All right, and then we'll redeem Meltdown Kid's snap here on turn number 1 of the Gold Conquest run. We'll see what we can make happen. And then Frankie Irony. So I want to let you know. Okay, you need a break. Okay, so you do know that it gives you a quick timeout. Okay. Because I did have somebody use it and not realize that it was for them. And so let's give you a quick cool off period. I think they thought it was random or something similar. And so then they were like, wait, no, I don't want to be timed out. I also, Josie, looks like you claimed a name origin. And so we'll give you the origin of the TLSG name. And so we'll try and do that as we're playing. And so it may get a little bit tricky, but we're going to do our best. All right. So, so I don't know if you guys know, but previously I used to dabble in a lot of other games. I've really probably played just about every game, or like every major game. So like WoW, whether it be MMO, an RPG, MOBA, I've dabbled in just about everything, like shooters. And there was a time where, or like early World of Warcraft days. So like like almost the vanilla days going into the Burning Crusade era. I was very heavy into like a raiding guild, and I was the leader of it that was pushing that progress. We met and we grinded out the bosses, and we were the ones that were trying to clear the bosses first on our realm. And it was relatively stressful in general, but the name that I thought was cool, because I was a little bit younger, I thought it was really cool to be the Legendary Shadow Guild. And so it was TLS for short, but the guild just kind of got added onto it. And so it was one that it was with a kind of a close group of friends initially, and then it got to the point where it was big enough that we were all that not just the close friends, but everybody involved was pretty well known for that progress that we were pushing. And so it was something that was so pivotal in like that early part of my gaming career and life that whenever I moved on to other games, I wanted to keep a little piece of that guild that I started with me. And so I kept the acronym, or TLSG, for the Legendary Shadow Guild for everything that I moved on to from that point onward. Do you know Leroy Jenkins? I don't. I don't know Leroy Jenkins. We could clog him, right? I mean, I know of the meme, but I didn't play with him. And then Pusher, thank you so much for the raid. I'm not sure if you were in already, but thank you for the raid. It looks like you came in with a raid of a 40 party. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Right now we're playing a little bit of Conquest because we're getting dominated on Bar Sinister. So we're waiting until that goes away. So if we end up using Shang-Chi in this left lane, we can bring this down to 10. And so Shang-Chi here would be fine. We could do something like maybe Eliath into Titania, Shang-Chi left on turn number 7. If it's improv, it's impressive. If you clog, you win the Nebula buff. We could have clogged left with what, the double? So something like Titania, Shadow King. But they did play Vision, so they're locked in here. And so I think we win regardless. And then Pusher, hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Glad you're here. And hopefully you were able to climb a little bit. Were you playing Conquest, or were you diving into the Bar Sinister shenanigans? You did? Good. Dolores, it happened. The video itself is a stage to reenact. See, I never knew the true like origin of Leroy. Like you can tell that the video was staged, but it was so funny when it first came out. I think I'm also gonna go ahead and play Shadow King as well, just to play it. But we'll go ahead and send this.
Victory.
The Woody Nimrod Panther deck. Did Woody make a Panther deck viable? And you had some good success with it? Marvel? Ooh, Marvel could have moved left, yeah. I may need to grab that code from you. Best and most fun combo deck. I may need to grab the code. Did he post it on X? I'll send you the code. Perfect. I appreciate it. Just in case we play it. All right. Just in case we need to switch up a little bit. All right. So we were able to get a pretty good sense of their the entirety of their deck. The Silk coming down in Shuri's lab.
Opponent snapped.
There's only one card that we haven't seen. Longfellow, you said just joining. Are you liking this clog better than the dagger one? I think both have different strengths. I do like the ability to have like Shadow King and a couple of tech cards built in. And so they've performed about the same for me. And so I was kind of surprised that when we dropped Cannonball that we were able to find something still pretty decent. Are you planning on doing some more Gamba? Doing some Gamba in the stream. So what would you want to Gamba on, Arky? We can make some Gamba happen. I still can't get used to people calling it X. I know. It's I still think it did you play Heroes of the Storm? Heroes of the Storm, right? I played it a little bit. I didn't get into that one as much as like some of the other games, but I did dabble in it a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna pin the this status. And so if you guys haven't, you can enter the Twitter giveaway, the X giveaway from there. So we could do Nebula Gladiator. Or we could throw like a Nebula Gladiator. The double power Gladiator's a decent one. Them having like Captain Marvel Silk can be kind of scary because they're gonna have a lot of movable cards or mobile cards. Maybe some splits. Yeah, we can. I'm sure we can split a couple of cards. Pulling Gwynpool's not great, but we do have Shadow King to offset at least one. We're careful with the Magneto Clog. True, very very true. So maybe we do something like Doc Ock. If they do Magneto, or if we pull Magneto, then we're going to be kind of out of luck anyways. R Plunk, the hydrate reminder, I appreciate it. So I think we're going to go ahead and Doc Ock into the right. We only pull one card of theirs. Interesting. They were able to flood a significant amount, and it is the Magneto. Unfortunate. You said look out for the flood, and I did not look out for the flood. Shang-Chi comes down. The Jeff comes down. That's the mobile card. Mid, yeah, I think mid may have been a decent shout too. I don't think we would want to send Titania over as much as I would like to be able to. I think we're going to do just something like Debris Shadow King. And maybe we can cap him out of the game on the last turn. No, not quite. Order? Ooh, yeah, the order was bad. We do cap him out of the game, but our order was still awful. Going into the last turn, we get 10 power here, bringing us up to 17. 16 to the left, bringing us to 16. Luckily we didn't get punished for the order. Let's go ahead and I'm not going to snap because I do want them to stick it out, but I think we'll be able to swindle this one away. Unknown Odin, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far.
Faster, baby.
And then Captain Marvel can't move if they don't have any place to move to.
Victory.
So far, so good. This deck can be kind of tricky. I think it gets better if you drop Hydra Bob a lot of times. And look for like Professor X Lock or something similar. But nice debris variant. It is one of my favorite variants in the game. I pulled it I think a week ago, and I had to buy the border at that point. It had the gold crackle, and so I had to jump in and buy it. What's Bob's ability? So Bob is after each turn, this moves if a player snapped. And so you can do exclamation point card and then Bob, and it'll tell you as well. And so he moves whenever a snap is done, and then so like if I snap now, he'll move one more time. And so it can sometimes help you in like a clutter scenario, but other times like you can't control where he jumps, which I think is what his biggest limiting factor is. And so they did use the Miles Morales as like that Hydra Bob enabler. So they snap, move Hydra Bob, and they get Miles down. They don't have any way to change location, so we don't have to worry about them ripping away Limbo. So we can kind of freely throw that out. And then Unknown, you said that's so good for my deck that uses move? Or the move mechanic? He only moves a max of 2 times in a game, though, which is kind of the scary part. And it makes you kind of hang out quite a bit of power. We're going to have to sacrifice the Nebula here. And then I think we go like Doc Ock, and then we'll see from there. I assure you he's not. Like, he's playable, but he's not fantastic. It's sad not seeing Viper and Junk decks. I did try to run one a couple of days ago, like over the weekend. I was trying to brew some. And I tried to brew one that used Viper, and it just never paid off, unfortunately. So I think we're going to Doc Ock in the right lane. They do have vision. We don't have to worry about the Magneto. If we pull Gwynpool, that'd be perfect because their hand would be empty. No, Fastos. Yeah, for Miles, it's kind of cool. So maybe we Red Hulk into Alioth mid, Titania right. Oh, wait. They're going to have initiative. We fall to a Shang-Chi if they top deck it. Otherwise, they do have a lot of mobile cards. We can leave their Silk, or they can bounce the Silk out of the left lane. Or maybe we do it. You also lose to Magneto. Magneto mid with the Captain Marvel movement. And the Vision is that mobile card too, so it's really hard to gauge like where that power is going to ultimately end up, which is part of the tough thing. Yeah, I think we'll retreat out of this one. If we had initiative, like maybe Alioth plus like a Titania, even that I don't think is perfect. We'll retreat out of that one. We are getting to the point where ads may start in the middle of this one. We were trying to blitz through it fast enough, but for whatever reason, the last set of ads didn't actually push it off. And I try not to let ads run mid-game. But I did push off. I did use the snooze to push off as many as we could. I appreciate you guys that are here hanging out. I actually, don't tell my boss, but I called in sick today. Would be too close. Yeah, there's a lot of ways with that mobile power, with the Vision, with Captain Marvel, that You seem really sick. Absolutely cold grits. So in reality, I am pretty tired. So ads are going to start in 30 seconds. I apologize, you guys. We can try and slow play it so you see the end of the game. We're gonna go ahead and trigger them now so you don't miss the tail end of it. The boss watching the stream. I know. I know. Just a little picture of me smiling. Yeah. We're gonna start the ads now, and then we'll slow play it and see if we can get you guys back before the end. I apologize for the ads midstream. I will make sure that doesn't happen for the rest of the day. COVID scare? I mean, it's always valid. Reno is actually your boss incognito. It might be. It might be my boss incognito. Then hubs. Yeah. If you, I don't know if you're in ads or not, but yeah, you can still join the giveaway. So the one that's linked or pinned for X, that one's still ongoing. You can still like, retweet. And then the other ones, we'll be doing keyword giveaways. We did one about 15 minutes ago, and we'll be doing another one in another like maybe 30, 45 minutes.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Smit Bro, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I'll rehash for you, hubs. Hubs, yeah. I'll rehash for you. So yeah, you can still enter into the giveaways right now. All we've given away is a mystery variant. So if you haven't already, if you have an X account, you can like, repost, and retweet, repost that one, and that will give you an entry there. We're also going to be doing a few more giveaways. In 45 minutes, we'll do a premium mystery variant giveaway here, and then maybe another hour or so after that, we'll do the season pass. Boss wouldn't care about protected sick leave. I mean, I don't think anybody knows that I create content that I know of. So turn 5, we could, right now we already have the win locked in mid. So maybe we just Doc left and we just full send left. F for Craven. Yeah, it's unfortunate for him here. And so the vision in Weir Island, we are going to pull out the remaining a synonol. If you're my boss, welcome in. Don't fire me. And if you do, make sure you sub first. Magic Miles, you said first time Twitcher, long time YouTuber. Thank you so much for jumping over and making that transition for me, Magic Miles. I appreciate having you here. So we could do. We know they have Shang-Chi. And so we always worry about the Shang-Chi with the Nightcrawler move, right? But Nightcrawler would move over. That would leave them with no space for anything else to go. So it'd be 11, 12, 13, 14. This wouldn't win against that. They have initiative, so our Alliance doesn't quite do it. Always losing to Vision moving? Yeah. I think we're at a sizable disadvantage here. I think we'll do this and hope.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then reading is difficult today. Electronidus, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I appreciate having you here. And so in the left lane, I think this is Shang-Chi. Yeah. We do lose to that Shang-Chi play, unfortunately. Not great for a junk deck with how many versatile resources they have. But we didn't have a way to win the left either. A cannonball would have been, I think, fine. We would have pushed out the Miles Morales and maybe been able to salvage it. But I think we really needed Titania instead of the magic there. Billy, you said, I'm interested to hear more about your job. You mentioned that you're an analyst. Yeah, so I'm a data analyst, Billy McGuire. Unless you're my boss in disguise. In that case, I don't know what you're talking about. But no, I'm a data analyst. So I look at a lot of data and metrics and numbers. And then I transform it into like easy to consume either dashboards or reports or whoever. Cannonball is the way. Cannonball is good, but he's not. I don't think he's absolutely necessary either. Jeff, Dara, and TLSG. Was Jeff an analyst before he switched over to streaming full time? I didn't know that. I knew Dara was. But that's really interesting. You can do Cannonball. Like Cannonball can fit in. It's just a lot of times you don't necessarily need him. He was a teacher for a bit. Eliath and Ock don't synergize. There are times where it does fine. It's not going to be an every game thing, but there's some games where you'll be able to clog them up. And then with Doc Ock, if you're not pulling a full lane, so if you're pulling like one like card into a lane, then you can still sometimes still maintain priority. He was some kind of data person. Salesforce analytics stuff. A little bit of Salesforce, a lot of Oracle stuff. I think like a lot of our major systems are housed in Oracle. And then yeah, the dogs, they started barking. Someone was probably walking outside. So Mindscape's a little rough. We can Green Goblin try to cap them out as much as possible. Feels bad giving them Shang-Chi. Yeah, it does. We can potentially draw magic to rip this away. And then Screwtop, you said I saw you on Harry's stream earlier. Wasn't sure it was really you, but your avatar and deck matched. He really hates playing against Clog. Well, he was able to pull it home. So he did good. But it was a tough one. And I think a lot of people say that about Arisham as well. But like I don't necessarily mind playing against Arisham. It's just finding a way to win against the vast majority of what you're seeing. Dara was an Amazon, so he reached a peak salary of data position and non-management role. Yeah, I didn't know where he was data. For some reason for some reason I wanted to say like Blizzard or something like that, but Amazon makes sense. I worked at Amazon in the past in like an HR capacity, and after a certain point, it does get very, very stressful unless you like make that jump into like a management role. So either way here feels bad. No matter what we do, we're giving them so many good resources. Oh, he was Blizzard and then went to Amazon? See? I guess I didn't... I watched him whenever Snap was still really small. Ock is the play. You gotta believe in the Ock. I watched him whenever Snap was still relatively small in terms of like streaming. Ooh, the Vision. The Vision does us in. Being able to move that card around. If I'm a big math person, could I get into the data career? I mean, you probably could, but you actually don't have to have... Ock on Mindscape is bad. Yeah, but they could move the Nightcrawler. So I think Ock anywhere was bad. And then Avenger status, welcome in. But I don't think you actually need a whole bunch of like in-depth mathematics knowledge. More so like the
Escaped.
like the data languages to be able to pull and create the queries that you need to find like certain data sets. And so like there are several different languages for the data, and we use I think 3 depending on what system we're in. And so just kind of being able to look up like that logic, yeah. And I don't know in depth on really any of them, but I know enough to be able to kind of adapt other things that either have worked, yeah. Python, R knowledge, and then I use SQL as well. Yeah, and so there's a lot of ways to make sure that your queries are pulling the right sets of data so that you're actually looking at what you need to look at. But actually, like the actual mathematics computation, most of that's behind the scenes. Most of that is just from like the formulas that you create. And depending on where you find the data job, not all of those require all of them. And so like you could probably pick up. What I did was I started in like an entry level data spot, and then slowly grew my knowledge and worked my way up. So mine was like a junior data analyst, and I'm currently in a full data analyst role now. Yeah, but a lot of them have a lot of similarities. It's just like the syntax and like how you format like the queries and the like that language that you pick up on. But having a good base definitely helps out. All right, let's do debris to the left. We started strong against Brino, and then we have fallen quite a ways. So we'll see if we can find a way to bring this one home. So right now, if they don't play in the left lane, if they don't play in Shadowlands, we can cap it out with a Titanium White Widow play. That's what we're going to hope for. And then Ati's Alkaline? Alkaline. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad that you're enjoying the streams, and hopefully you continue to be able to enjoy them. And so we could always Oct to the right. And then all we need is them to play like one card here, or us to be able to get one clutter. Oh, but it's turn 6, which is rough. Maybe Oct is not the play. I think without having magic here, I think we're done. I think we're toast. Left and then Red Hulk. And then Red Hulk mid. But if we... Oh, left. Yeah, okay. I think that's our only chance. Because otherwise we have to have 4 cards here. We're not going to be able to extend the game. It becomes really tough to do so.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us up to 5 today. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I really appreciate you being here. And then, yeah, if we don't play left, we may get capped. And then Ubi said you're really good at being a content creator. Look forward to you quitting your day job. That would be the dream. If we can ever make that happen, then I am all for it. So Red Hulk to the left kind of is what it is. It's not great, but it's really the only thing we have. But they have Vision that can move. They have Captain Marvel. They have Jeff, which makes it really difficult to be able to...
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Find those ways to win. And then Beanbag Boys 65, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Shang Shadow, right? I don't think they ever drop like a Magneto there. It's Monday and you're streaming. A whole week of streams would be better, but I don't think we're able to. I have to go back to work tomorrow. I don't think this ever wins because I don't think they would drop Magneto there. Big brain Green Goblin, right? I mean, you could. They Magneto mid. But then even with Captain Marvel moving out, they'd still win. Yeah. And so... And I think it becomes a loss either way. We'll go ahead and drop this, hope that they make a mistake. But I think we are dead in the water. Yeah, and so Cold Grits. Yeah, so if you retweet the X status that I linked above, that's a lot of cards. The Miles, the Hydra Bob, Astos. Not going to be able to do it. Unfortunately. We are just shy. I appreciate your narration of your thought process. Oh, don't flex on me. Give you the Wolverine. It's something that I picked up on. Like I used to do like playthroughs years and years and years ago, and it never really caught on YouTube. But like I would play through the games and just kind of voice that internal dialogue that I had, and so it kind of carried over and picked up into Snap as well. And so let me see if I can get the Woody Black Panther list that Pusher was talking about.
I'd be interested in checking it out. But I don't see the code having come through. Oh, there it is. It was just in it was just in general. All right. We're going to copy it, see what this looks like. Pick that one. We'll push it at this one. Do we know when the next over the air is? So I think it's this week, so I think on Thursday, but I don't know for sure. It might sound odd, but your external narration reminds me to have and concentrate on my own internal narrations when playing. Yeah, because there's time when I'm not recording where I'm just kind of going with the motions. And I realize that a lot of times I play better whenever I sit down to just like record a video because I go through those different thought processes. And so for this one, we have Zabu, which I did want to find a way to make Zabu Wong Gwynpull work. So that's nice to see. We have Magic. I would change the scene, but I'm so afraid of it freezing. Vibes-based gaming. Yeah. That's what I do when I'm on my phone. It's just like going with the flow. So we have two ways to get Wong down early. We have Shuri into the Wong line. We have Nimrod. Some cool lines with like an Arnim Zola, Destroyer stuff. It looks interesting enough. I think we'll try it out. We're gonna do Old Grandma Miss Marvel. I don't really like that one with it. I'll just do Blink and call it good. And then Mike.tv said, I know you pride yourself on being a wholesome streamer, so I'm looking forward to watching you play Ajax in a toxic package. You absolute hypocrite. I bet you'll throw in Hazmat too. Might as well be a crypto gambling streamer now. I mean, Mike.tv, we might go full diabolical. And then B-Doggy-Dog. We have, it looks like 4 minutes of emote only chat because we had 2 redemptions. And so we're going to jump into a Proving Grounds. We're just going to do a full-on run-up from Proving Grounds to hopefully Infinite with the list. But we're going to do 4 minutes of emote only chat. I always enjoy seeing what you guys come up with here. And so we'll be back in 4 minutes. You guys will be free. But for now, let's load up the combo Woody Nimrod Gwynpull Destroyer deck. I think it hinges a lot on Nimrod, but if they don't have Shang-Chi or Shadow King, then Black Panther can absolutely pop off as well. And I need to look for somebody that can do some more emotes as well. I want to up my emote game for sure. All right, we're in Proving Ground, so I have to remember. We do get Zabu into Gwynpull on curve, but into the Destroyer is not necessarily, I don't think, where we usually try and focus. But I did want to find a way to make Wong, Zabu, Gwynpull work, and it looks like Woody may have been able to find something or get something figured out. We can still do Zabu. Or we do Psylocke, but I think Zabu is our best bet. We could hide a Wong, Shuri, Wong, Black Panther into Dark Dimension if we were able to draw them. And with Bar with no name, that's not bad. Go ahead and change this right lane. And we're looking for the ability to buff up the Nimrod with like a Gwynpull into being able to use Destroyer to destroy it into like an Arnim Zola on the Destroyer.
We also have Venom as a way to extend it as well, which I think is a nice touch. All right, so Shuri. So maybe we Gwynpool. Ooh, Friend Central kind of scares me. Maybe we Gwynpool into like a Shuri Destroyer, look for like a Taskmaster. Could be a potential line we go with. Leech is interesting. The Destroyer's no longer going to destroy, so we're a little bit safer there. But Shuri's not going to double up. Destroyer's not going to destroy either. So Nimrod becomes a little bit less impactful. I think we're just going to throw Nimrod to the right and call it good. If we draw Venom, then we can always consolidate that lane. So Galactus and Rogue, not a good upgrade for him. We do pull into our Destroyer left, which is perfectly fine. We have a couple more minutes of the emote only chat, you guys. We do get Venom. Maybe it'd be worthwhile to destroy this right lane. We get a little bit more options for that last turn. Then it's either a Wong, Taskmaster, or Black Panther on last turn. OG Nunez, where's that touchdown one come from? I like I haven't seen that KM Best one. I like the KM Best one, Bean Man. We'll let this one play out, this round at least, before releasing you guys from the emote only chat. Let's destroy this right lane, get a little bit of Nimrod action going. Have just the one card in mid, then Black Panther. A sizable lead here, a small one over here, and we don't know here. I think I'm gonna Black Panther in mid. They went mid with all their cards as well. Mockingbird into Arnim Zola into Mirage. But the Arnim Zola was leeched, and they didn't realize it was leeched. Oh no. They used White Queen, which copied our leeched Arnim Zola, but I'm guessing they did not realize that that was the case. We take those. That gives us our first win. We'll jump over into silver. We're going to run this one up all the way through Gold Conquest today. And you guys, with that, should be released from, from the emote-only chat. Not going to spin my keys and tell Copycat? Yeah. How'd they not know? They may have overlooked it, or maybe they just... Maybe it was an all-in Proving Grounds match where they just kind of sent it regardless. But I think they overlooked it. But we are going to run to just a quick restroom break. We'll go through silver, and then after the silver run, we'll do our second giveaway for the premium mystery variant, and then we'll wait just a little bit before doing the Gwynpool season pass. And so I'm going to run a quick set of ads so it doesn't start in the middle of the silver run, and then we'll jump right back in. You guys don't go anywhere. Oh, all right, we're back. So someone said Ajax not worth it. I think it's going to take a little bit to figure out the best spot for... Oh, it's from Global? I didn't realize that, Nunez. I think it's going to take a little bit to find Ajax's time to shine, but I think he may be able to. Wait, you said does it not? That's bad. I thought it still said leached. So whenever I clicked it, it said leech, but I'm not sure if it showed the symbol. I do like Beta Ray Bill, but for the key, absolutely. He's very much good in like a very particular type of deck. So if you enjoyed like the Thor Lockjaw stuff before, I think you'll get use out of Beta Ray. I don't usually play Hazmat, but I do like Surfer. Yeah, I'm not a big Hazmat person, but I think there may be some kind of cool ways. So like a Toxic Sarah list floated around for a while that ended up being pretty solid. I'm wondering if we can maybe find some ways to implement Ajax into something similar to maybe revive the archetype. And then, yeah, it's going to be really hard to judge him on the first week because of how much I anticipate Luke Cage being around. But I won't be getting it because I don't see myself playing the types of decks he'll probably be in. Yeah, I can see that, Rod. And then you're Nunez as well. We have OG Nunez, or Nunes? Spelled similar. And then Zozo, welcome in. How come you're streaming during work hours? Zozo, are you my boss? I took a sick day. We traveled in late last night, and so we were driving until 4 this morning, and so there was no way I was going to be able to get up and focus on work. Undercover boss. Oh no, Zozo. Well, in that case, you saw and know nothing. All right, we're gonna go ahead and snap into this one. Nunes or known? Nunes? Is Portuguese? Yeah, Nidavellir Venom is incredible. We also have Gwynpool, which is gonna be great. We'll throw Gwynpool over there. We will throw. Maybe. We'll see what we draw here, I guess. HR won't hear it from me. Don't worry. I appreciate you, Zozo. So Nidavellir may be getting ripped away. Oh, Into the Arnhem Zola is also big. All right.
Opponent snapped.
Has there been any update on you possibly going full-time? I know you mentioned your company. Yeah, so the company's still calling for a return to office. We're still quite a ways from like the potential sub goal, but I'm still mulling it over. It's something that I would like to be able to do. If we could, so honestly, if we could be able to average like 500 per hour that we're streaming, I think it would be definitely viable. But it's something that I think I still need a little bit more time of consistently streaming. Gwynpool never misses. Never misses at all. What in the world? I didn't even see it. She hit Taskmaster with the triple. Oh, unfortunate. I'm gonna replace the World Forge with magic. That way we can do a Nimrod into a Venom, into either Arnhem Zola or maybe a Taskmaster, depending on what we have. Dark Moo, I have home office, and my company is also thinking of going back to office. Yeah, I hate the idea too. And what really particularly bothers me about it is they were very... It was very... posture check. T. Greenathy, thank you so much. It was very much a lack of compassion for the return. Like, we've been remote for 4 years, and it was like in 2 weeks we're returning back to office. If you can't make arrangements before then, and if you don't come back, tough. Which was really frustrating from like a worker standpoint. And then T. Greenathy launching in the emote only chat once again. You said if Imagine going to a physical office in data analysis. Yeah. Yep. I agree. Absolutely no reason to be in office, but it's because not everybody is virtual, and so they force that upon us as well. We really got new leadership, and they want to like set that strong foot down, and so that is what it is. But we're gonna go ahead and launch the 2 minutes of emote only chat, you guys, and then thank you for the hydrate reminder. I'll see you guys in 2 minutes. So Sebastian and Strong Guy, I don't think they're going to have a Shang-Chi. And if they do, then we lose. And so I like Arnim Zola here better than the Taskmaster. We'll go ahead and destroy and then destroy. We'll push a lot of power across the board. The only thing we lose to, I guess a couple things, would be Eliath, but doesn't really fit in this deck. Shang-Chi, which I don't think does, and Shadow King. And Cosmo. Cosmo may be more realistic here. So the double drop there, Lady Sif, and hopefully not Cosmo. Silver Surfer. All right, Silver Surfer's fine. We're able to outscale that in the other lanes with our Venom line. So we'll grab the funny 8, and definitely not an ideal line. The Nidavellir definitely helped that scalability out quite a bit. But we absolutely take those. And then T Greenathy. I like the sloth ones. And I'm not sure that I've maybe ever watched the streamer. Looks like Lep. But I do like their emotes. I like their emote game for sure. We do grab the win here. We have just another short spurt of time before we jump back into chat. But so far, so good. And maybe on the next ad break, we look at a split Gamba. It needs to be one we've split several times, right? And I haven't hung out in one where they're doing the split Gamba, so I'll need your guys' expertise on the matter. But let's go ahead and turn off emote only chat. I always appreciate seeing all of those come through and flood through. And we're going to go ahead and jump into battle number 2 of the Silver's Conquest. We're going to see if we can run from Proven Grounds all the way up with Woody's Destroy deck. I'm back. List is so fun. So far, yeah, the list has been working pretty well, and I like the mixture between the Black Panther and Nimrod as those like alternate lines. So if the opponent is leaning heavily on Shang-Chi, you have the ability to go Nimrod instead and push a lot of power that way. And then if they don't have Shang-Chi, you can punish them with the Black Panther line, which will typically go higher than your Nimrod. I faked a couple of Zolas in Task as well. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of cool lines, and especially when it's a surprise factor, I think it has the ability to do a lot of things really well. So we can Psylocke into Shuri. Psylocke into Wong is beautiful as well. I almost want to snap it. Because it's Wong into Shuri, into maybe a Nimrod, into either Venom or Destroyer, maybe an Arnim Zola. Yeah, we'll go ahead and snap into it. This deck always feels snappy. I know. Whenever you get one of those like good early game plays, it's hard to not snap into it. I agree, Pusher. So Death's Domain is interesting. We do have Taskmaster now. I almost think we sacrifice the Psylocke in case this is a location we can't play in until you see a Cosmo. Yeah, Cosmo, fortunately, has been pretty vacant, except for in like the anti-Arisham Hawk style decks. So there is a little bit of him going around, but a lot of people didn't really stick to the Cosmo. So double drop, it is a Hawkeye, a Nico. This looks like a bounce deck. So they'll be able to get a little power in Death's Domain, just with the Nico pushed to the side. Then we get Arnim Zola. Let's go ahead and throw our Wong. I don't think it's the Wong choice to do so. You can also potentially end up getting like Rogued or Enchantressed, but a lot of times it's before your big burst comes down. What's crazy is the Destroyer does. Oh, that broke my brain. That broke my brain, Pusher. What's crazy is what the Destroyer does, because people expect Venom Carnage. I got you. I was able to figure it out. It just took me a minute. All right, let's go Shuri. And then we're hoping for Black Panther, Nimrod, maybe Gwynpool. Broke my brain as well. I tried my best to like audit it in my mind, but it just didn't work. So Strange Academy, Kitty Pryde, Hawkeye. Nothing awful so far. We have the double Shuri. We need something but big here. That is exactly what we needed. We will gladly take it. That's going to be a 24 power Nimrod floating around the board. And then if we happen to get Destroyer, that's going to do a double Destroyer in Wong Lane. We do have the Venom. Bounce can't beat this? I don't think they can. Strange Academy would have been juicy for Galactus. It absolutely would have been juicy for Galactus. And so Beast pulls the rocket back in. I don't think there's any way they pump enough power here, regardless of what they play. And so we can reach the Venom over here, so thankfully. They all stack together, which is kind of crazy. So either the Taskmaster, but I think we go Venom. Captain America just because. And then we're going to have a good almost 30 power in each lane. I guess a good 24 to between 24 and 30. So besides like a Shadow King, even a Shadow King, I don't think would be able to beat this lineup, which is really crazy. It's kind of funny because I started to try to construct a Zabu Wong Gwynpool deck over the weekend, and I just couldn't find something where it felt cohesive enough to like grab wins. So it's really funny that Woody came up with this, or at least I think over the weekend, where it actually got showcased for the first time.
You are mine.
Yeah, the stay is crazy too.
Avengers! Assemble.
Okay, Rogue, not gonna do it. Rocket, not gonna do it.
Taking it.
Do they win any of the lanes? No. I have to say, not a great stay.
Victory.
I mean, the list is incredibly fun. Have you, Pusher, have you been able to run it on the paid pumper? Maybe. Don't spread that too much. He wasn't supposed to tell. Most fun I've ever had. It does feel pretty fun. I've always liked a Black Panther deck, but it always feels so susceptible, and so I like the idea of the Nimrod to take away that that weakness. And then Lucky Flip, you said hi TLSG. What do you think of this core for a deck? Core Rockslide, Hawk, Cassandra Nova, and Ajax.
Victory.
And so I was on board. My hesitation. I was on board until I saw Ajax. Because I don't think Ajax will scale too much with what's in there. I think the rest of it, yes, absolutely. Cassandra Nova is going to be one of those cards that you can probably slot into just about any deck at that 3-cost range. If you play her early, she's huge value. Even outside of like the Rock, or the like Rock and Hawk or Core Rockslide stuff. But Ajax, I don't think they'll play many of those cards out to get him buffed up. Like maybe you can throw Doc Ock in there to pull their stuff down.
most anti-Arsham card, Cassandra Nova. Yeah, Cassandra Nova. I'm excited. I'm excited to be able to grind for it, since it's going to be a unique way to unlock it, and I think it'll be fun to see like who grinds out and unlocks it first. I'm definitely going to be sick from work that day, so we're going to be jumping in. We're going to try and get it unlocked as quickly as possible. Actually, I think maybe some of the whales pull it first, because you can pay to get more bubs if I remember right, and so maybe a couple of the whales whale their way to the top. But we're gonna play through it organically, and we do get the retreat after the first round. I think they realized that like the upper end of what that deck could do wouldn't necessarily match what the upper end of this deck could do. I'm so excited for Deadpool's Diner. There are a lot of... I haven't looked at many of the rewards on the track besides the card. I'm going to surmount my skill issues with gold. Yeah, and I think most people should be able to unlock the card, even without like a deep collection or like a high level of skill. I think the variant is where you'll see some... I think it'll be tough to grind. But honestly, I'm fine with that monetization system. Yeah, so am I. Giving it where people that want to pay can get it quick, the others can kind of grind it out. I like that idea, and we'll see. I don't know if they do it for a whole bunch of cards, but from time to time, it's a really cool way to make sure everybody gets one of the cool cards. And then Sweaty Plays YouTube, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. You jumped in just in time for our next giveaway. So we are going to be giving away a premium mystery variant now. Before we gave away our mystery variant, we're going to give away a premium mystery variant. And then later on in the stream, we will be giving away a season pass as well. Ooh, and it looks like there was a community post on the Discord. Oh, no, that was an old one. Never mind. I thought there was a login bonus. But let's go ahead and I'm going to pull up the code. We're going to look for... We're going to reset the key. We're going to create a new one. And then I'll pin the code in chat. So the code is going to be PMV. Hold on. Send it here. It didn't let me do it through the other one. It's going to be PMV. I'll go ahead and I'll pin that message. That way it's a new set of codes. Just type PMV in chat. You can type it as many times as you want, but it only enters you one time per. And so definitely spam away if you want. That helps out with all the engagement and everything like that. And we'll give it just a couple of minutes. And so I think we're quite a ways off from... What's the giveaway? The giveaway is a premium mystery variant, and the next set of giveaways is going to be the Perry Manilow variant. If you let your boss win, I'll look the other way on the sick day. Kidball Donald, I'll absolutely look the other way. When are you doing the season pass giveaway? We'll do the season pass giveaway towards the end of stream, so like an hour and a half, but maybe 2 hours from now. We'll do the season pass. And then you can also enter, and you don't have to be present for the X giveaway or the Twitter giveaway. I'll repost that link after we do this drawing. But since we're gonna be jumping into gold, we're gonna run a quick set of ads. You guys continue to enter. Anybody that wants to enter with PMV, you'll have plenty of time. Once we come back from that ad break, is when we'll roll for the winner, and I'll whisper you the key. So we're going to run the quick set of ads, and we'll be right back, you guys. What's with PMV? So that is the giveaway code. Here, I guess I'll... Just in case you got caught with ads. So we're going to change it. The giveaway entry code is PMV. Just say PMV in chat. And... that will give you your entry for the premium mystery variant. That will draw just after these ads go away. I'm your boss. Let me win the giveaway, or you're fired. I mean, maybe that's the best thing for me, G Money. Maybe that's the best thing.
I'll be unemployed for a little bit and stream consistently. And honestly, that may be ideal. Like, if maybe that'd be the nudge I needed. I forgot to add Scorpion to my list. I was thinking between him and Cassandra Nova, Ajax would get bumped. That could be, yeah, because even if they play like 4 or 5 of those cards out, Ajax would end up being like, what, 5-14, which is not bad. And so maybe with Scorpion, I could see it. Yeah, and I don't know if Doc Ock would be the most worthwhile, but I think it'd be an interesting one to force them into having those negative cards. But we have about 15 seconds. I'll give you guys a window right before it ends to enter. And then we'll jump back in with the Gold Conquest run with our combo deck. So it looks like we are returning back. Everybody should be back. So if you guys haven't entered, type in code PMV to be entered into the Premium Mystery Variant giveaway. And winning this one doesn't exclude you from the next one. So don't have any... looks like the Discord has expired. I'll grab a fresh link and then we'll roll for it. So, PMV gets you that entry. Let me grab a invite to the Discord. Ooh, that one. Make sure it never expires. No limit. All right. So the Discord link is here for those that want to do it. And then Waspinator, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. All right, so the PMVs, we're going to go ahead and roll now. And so get your last minute entries in as I click if you want. We are going to roll it right now. And it looks like Cloud Strife GG. If you are here, definitely send out a message. Congratulations, but just shoot us a message in chat and I'll be able to whisper you with the code. And if not, then we will re-roll it. Oh, we'll give you... You're here? Perfect. So I appreciate you being here. Let's see. All right, so we're going to go ahead and whisper. I appreciate the new follow as well, Cloud Strife. Let me grab you your code. Cloud Strife is here, and so that one is going to... that one is going to go to Cloud Strife. I appreciate you being here. Let me grab the code for you, and then we'll jump back into a few more games. We have the Premium Mystery Variant, and so definitely message us in chat whenever you redeem it on marvelsnap.com. Let me know what variant you got from it, because I'm always curious with the Premium Mystery Variants if you end up getting one of the 1200 ones or if it goes with the 700 gold kind of backup line. But whenever you do end up claiming it, definitely let me know. I'd be curious to see it. And then the next one that we're going to be doing is the Gwynpool Season Pass giveaway. But if you haven't, if you have X or Twitter, if you follow this, and it's reset. Perfect. If you follow that link, you can like, follow, and then give you a pixel only code. Oof. I hope not. You can like, follow, and retweet that message or that status. I'm going to draw those at the end of the stream today. So that ensures you in for either a mystery variant or another season premium mystery or a season pass. My goodness. All right. So we have the refresh of the day. Ooh, and this actually allowed me to finish completing the Gwynpool weekend missions. Beautiful. I didn't have to go out of my way to do it. The premium mystery variant was this one. For Twitter, it's a mystery variant and a season pass. And then the next one that we're giving away here is going to be the season pass as well. We got 20 seconds before we have 20 seconds before the shop refreshes. And welcome in anybody that's new to the stream. I appreciate you being here. Some of you guys may have found it from the Twitter status or the X status. Let me pin that message so that it stays up there. Some of you guys may have found it. This may be your first stream. I love having you guys here. Always a very wholesome, very positive vibe. Even if we're losing cubes, it's one that's incredibly fun to be around. And then everyone that's still saying PMV, we did the PMV drawing. That one went over to Cloud, and so if you want to keep saying PMV, I don't have anything against it. But we did do that. We did do that drawing. Are you getting the Eliath variant? Ooh, what Eliath variant's coming out? And then Zozo. We're gonna be doing a season pass in a couple of hours as well, so there's still another chance. And then Wheaton Law, thank you for the follow. I know you've been timed out several times, so you've been hanging around the chat, but it looks like maybe you just dropped the follow. So I appreciate you being here, Wheaton. The Pandart Alliance, or Pandart Alliath. Mystery variants are almost always pixels. I abuse the booster shop so much that I only have 2 cards. Yeah, me too. I only have 2 cards that can rotate through. That way I can upgrade what I want. Saniala, thank you so much for the 100-bit cheer. Very much appreciate it. I don't know if it gives you better odds yet, but maybe you'll pull into the next one. Have we done the season pass yet? No, we haven't given away the season pass. It's the Midnight Suns one. Those are so expensive that I couldn't justify buying any of them. Is that like is it a new thing? It's not even an official shop takeover, right? Like not a new album or anything. Well, we have all Midnight Suns variants in our shop. And then Calibrex, welcome in. I'm sorry to say this, I can watch longer. Have a nice time. I appreciate you, Calibrex. I want to finish off my conquest run before we tackle any ladder. I'm ashamed of my wall of upgradable cards. Don't be ashamed. I play a silly amount of Marvel Snap, and I intentionally left all my cards at an orange border, and so they naturally didn't have enough to upgrade, because I only upgraded them when they had enough to do like that full circle. And so I don't feel ashamed. I should probably feel ashamed for how much Marvel Snap I play, even off stream. Like I'll get done with an entire day of Marvel Snap on stream, and I'll still want to play it from my phone. Like, it's bad. Deadpool, you said I only got one MS variant at random, and it was the Deadpool one. Oh, the Midnight Suns. Yeah, I only have one Midnight Suns, I think, and it was from a random. Death's Domain is a snap? Should be. Ooh, PVA maybe not. We do have magic though. And then B-Dog, you said GOKD was my stop, and I'm 20 collection level. We play a lot. Yeah. Definitely don't feel bad about maybe not playing as much as we do, because it's a bit of a problem. Yeah, the TVA jump scare, but we do have magic in hand, and so it's all good. It's all good, you guys. This deck can do some surprising amount of the random Electro from the Arsham deck too, and so they're gonna have a lot of energy to spend. We do have to worry because they typically will have like a rogue, and so I don't know that our Wong ever sticks around for the full amount of time. But I'm still gonna throw it over into Avengers Compound. We magic into TVA. Maybe we just straight throw Destroy or Nimrod into the Death's Domain, but we'll see. Battle Song, you said I've been stuck bouncing between 96 and 99 since Friday. Can't seem to find the deck to push through the wall. What is it that you find you're typically losing against? Because if it's Arsham, then the Hawk Surfer list that I posted is big. Outside of that, Surfer does pretty decent. It really depends. Arsham can also be pretty good. And then Big old Brady, thank you so much for the big old Prime sub. I appreciate having you here.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
Hopefully
enough.
you're having a great day so far. So the Loki comes down. A little scary. Ooh, Destroyer on the Nimrod location could be nice too. And then one said, if you're a season pass only player, how many keys can you expect to get every week? I want to say it's like per season. I want to say it's around, it's close to maybe low 2s, like slightly over 2 on average. That includes like your Conquest, your season pass, maybe close to 3 between Conquest, season pass, and if you hit Infinite each season. You said Junk Clog. So with Junk or Clog, a lot of times something that runs like Killmonger can help. Wait, maybe it's not 2 per season. Could be wrong. It's been a long time since I did the math. I know I was able to keep up with the season pass a while back. Now that they added one additional one on new season start dates, it'd be a little bit less. So maybe it's more like 1 to 2 on like per week. Okay, 1.2 per week. And so does that include like your Conquest and your Infinite? All right. And so we had the snapback. The Psylocke came down. We have Nimrod. But then that would come down to like a double Destroyer. And maybe that's our play, but I would have rather had like a Shuri, a Black Panther or something. 5 per season seems reasonable. Yeah. Yeah, if you're choosing and you skip one, it's not bad. And whenever it was only 3 cards per season, and this new season started without a brand new card, you could keep up with just the season pass, basically. Not quite there anymore, but let's go double Destroyer into maybe Black Panther. I don't know. We'll see. They did go Cable. They went Loki, the Psylocke. So they could go with something pretty big on their end, but we'll see. I think around 4 keys you can get for all missions and Conquest. Yeah, it shouldn't be too terrible. How does anyone know, or does anyone know how splitting cards works for different variants? I have a bunch of Nightcrawler splits on certain variants, but the variant is gray now. I don't have enough boosters for another, but the base part is gold. Yep, you have the same chance like across all your splits. So if you split one variant 5 times, the next one has the same luck that it would have on any. And so Jubilee in the left lane, the Gwen pull comes down, which is really scary because they pulled out Shang-Chi. It's really scary because they only had 4 cards in hand, so it could be something that'd be pretty impactful. That I don't do Conquest, but I can easily get 5 a season. Yeah, I think depending on how far in you grind, stuff like that. Yeah. So we can push another 12 into these lanes. Do we think that's enough? Venom consolidates this. They do have their Shang-Chi on the board already. I think we go ahead and go with this. YOLO the Zolo on the right. Shuri into Venom mid. But it would only double the 3 power for Venom. And we know that, I guess we know that this lane is YOLO it here. We could also YOLO it in the right lane. But I like the idea of pushing the guaranteed 12 into these lanes. Let's go ahead and go with the Zabu. Is it storming outside? I don't know if you guys can see my puppy, but she's heavy pant breathing. She does that whenever it gets rainy or stormy outside. She gets nervous. That's our Gwen? Yeah, I think that's our Gwen. Because that didn't come from their Loki. Yeah, that one's ours. Poor doggo. Yeah, it gets so bad during some storms that, like, she shakes so much that, like, if she's on the couch, you can feel it across the whole couch. So we always, whenever it storms, we always let her sleep in our room with us. She'll sleep on the ground, but... FYC, the day's been going great so far. And then T Greenathy, thank you for the gigantic emote. But the day's been going great so far. We've had some crazy viewership. Like, I'm very happy with, like, if we could stay around this on average. I would have no doubt that we could make it as full-time between YouTube and the streams. So if we can do this consistently, then we'll be on our way to full-time content creator in no time. But as far as you, hopefully your day has been going well as well. And then we have Packers for Life calling in the emote-only chat. Let's go ahead and launch it for the 2 minutes, and then we'll be back. That's one of my favorite ones that I've added recently. Was the emote-only chat. So it's sometimes difficult for them to play into Luke's bar, and so I kind of like magic. Maybe it's magic left. Unless we go Black Panther. Let's go magic left. And then Feng Shui with the Dara and Binks support. You love to see it. Both fantastic creators. I think my Binks one ran out. It may be that I need to... Nope. It looks like I maybe still have it for a couple of days. So we still got the Binks support. We have Lambie for right now. We do have Perry Manilow, which I rated him and someone gave us a gifted sub, and they have some pretty cool ones. I think that's all that I have right now. I lost my Alex one. All right, so we have Venom. We could do Psylocke to get to 6, but I'm not sure if that really does us anything. This lane, do we worry that they completely cap us out in the left lane? Throw a Venom early? I don't know if it's ever worthwhile to do that. All right, so the blue Marvel comes down. We're gonna go ahead and throw the Psylocke, and then we'll see what happens on turn 5. Probably not Destroyer, but it could clean up this left lane. Oh my gosh, Radar with the 5 tier 1 gifted. Thank you so much for the huge support, Radar. That is massive and so very generous of you. If you got one of the gifted subs, make sure to thank Radar in the chat. I appreciate your support and appreciate you being here. That pushes us to 12 for the day, a big 12. And so good viewership, good vibes all around. I appreciate you guys so very much. So we could Black Panther and then look for an Arnim Zola line. We could Gwynpool. See if it hits Nimrod or not. And then Zeds with the Husky support as well. I think that has been our 2 minutes, so we're gonna free you guys to chat once again. But we could Gwynpool. We could also Psylocke again in Luke's bar. Or maybe we Psylocke here and let it stick this time. Maybe it won't triple stack on Taskmaster. Let's see. The Luffy one? Yeah, the Luffy one was awesome. I really liked that idea when I saw it, and that's from Perry Manilow. He's a little bit smaller of a streamer, but definitely I like the vibes. You said if that's the case, when you had to reset stream, did it not put the other gifters in top gifters as well? So I think it does a weekly count. Radar, would love to see you go full time. I would love to see it as well. So maybe we can make it happen between all of the positivity that this community has. We might be able to make it happen. So we could either go Black Panther into like a Taskmaster. We could hope for maybe Arnim Zola would be kind of hopeful. So maybe it's Nimrod into like Venom. Is it Hawk 2 at the Limbo? Wait, the Hawk? Oh, the Hawk's going away. Limbo will be gone. Thank you, guys. So we have the bear, but they haven't changed this one. Good call. So we lose this one. Thank you, guys. I completely overlooked the Hawk. I was too busy worried about all of the emotes that were flying in chat. Feng Shui, you said every streamer gets so excited to play you. Everyone has positive things to say. And I love that. Our little Marvel Snap community is so wholesome. Like a lot of times it can get frustrating, especially if you're pushing like the upper end of the ladder. But I haven't seen anybody that just doesn't respect any of like the other streamers. So even if they may not necessarily mesh well directly. It's always like that, at least that positive like approach for the most part. I haven't seen anybody just absolutely trash on anyone else. And so definitely love being a part of this community. And I always like going against the other streamers. I didn't realize I went against Ordinary Harry this morning. I'm a little bit sad that I ended up losing. We ended up losing from a comeback from his Arisham deck, but yeah, we're looking at the perfect hand too. And then Winch, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well.
Hey,
huge
welcome.
support coming in from you guys today. It was a very good match, Build Buster from Ordinary Harry. Was absolutely huge. So I think we go Wong, Shuri, Black Panther, and then we either try to juke the Shang-Chi with like an Arnim, maybe not an Arnim Zola. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe it's not even that we go Shuri. Maybe we don't even need to go Shuri. Maybe it's just Black Panther into like an Arnim Zola line. Best thing about it was that it was on the last turn, so it wasn't like I had prior knowledge of the hot placement. Wait. Oh, you said mind reading the opponent has got to be, yes. Whenever you know like exactly, or you call out exactly what their play is going to be, feels so good. He said, love to be able to open another tab and watch both sides. Ooh, wait, is this, what streamer is this? I'm not gonna open anything up, but, I didn't realize, whenever they change their names, I don't always catch who it is. 3 Black Panther Zola. Yeah, but then that has a chance of not hitting Black Panther at all. Because it's only gonna trigger twice. If you go Wong, Shuri, Black Panther, I guess you could do it in an alternate lane. So that at least one of them goes back into the Wong. He said between you and me, Harry was on his nerves because of the clogging. I could see that too. I could see that. Clog can be pretty frustrating for sure. And so are we just hoping that Shang-Chi doesn't exist? Well, I guess we could have went Shuri, Black Panther, and then moved them to New York. That way we could hit it with an Arnim Zola. Missed opportunity. Yeah, Shuri Nimrod would have been nice too. I kind of want to go Arnim Zola. That's going to split our Black Panthers, and then we can see what it goes from there. Okay, so the Shuri into Black Panther to the side instead of stacked here was kind of crazy. How do you get black and white on your cards? So if you split it a certain number of times, I think after 3, you start getting a chance for it to turn into a black and white. So by upgrading it all the way to infinite and then splitting it, you have that chance. It's surprising how many people refuse to give up on a Hobgoblin lane. Yeah, it's the Galactus PTSD. Sorry, no, you're fine. You're fine, Scrim. And so whenever you upgrade your card from like gray border to blue to green to orange to infinite, whatever those splits are, whenever you get it to infinite, you can split it and it creates another version of the card that just has a different background. And so like this one has gold. I don't know that I have any like actual base splits on this one, but oh, that wasn't the final turn? No, that wasn't the final turn. So we could move the Black Panther. We're really afraid of a Shang-Chi. But the Taskmaster doesn't do us anything great. This isn't huge either. I don't think there's any way we can win that lane. But we're just gonna throw it and see. Yeah, the Superflow energy, yeah. And so they moved their cards to stack into New York. Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi is very real and hurts us a whole lot. Unfortunately, because it looks like we could have played Gwynpool there and moved like Black Panther over and would have been fine. But that would have been a really hard read. classic Chi. Yeah, yeah, and it's so hard for me to retreat out when a potential Shang-Chi is there against Arisham. Yeah, the Nimrod was safer. I agree. I agree. So we do have several chances to hit our Taskmaster with Gwynpool here. But we could also hit Nimrod, which would be ideal. And then we could be looking at maybe a Shuri, maybe a Wong line. We'll see. And then the Destroyer is nice as well. That kind of protects us from that Shang-Chi line. The Electro from that random generation again, unfortunate. They're going to have an overflow of energy here. And then it pulls into the generated Shang-Chi. Not the real one, but the generated one. So let's go ahead and we'll rotate Gwynpool here. And we're going to hope for Wong or Shuri. Oh, hopefully not Arnim Zola. Arnim Zola would be the worst flip. Otherwise, I think we should be okay. So into the Loki. They get one Loki card. So it's good to know how many cards they had on hand. They get another energy into... Oh my goodness, how many Electros are in their deck? They are flooded with energy now. Yeah, I think they have a real Shang-Chi. They have a billion energy, but they can only play one card per turn now. And so it did hit Nimrod at least once, which is good. Ooh, into the immediate repull of Gwynpool. I think we play it again. Because a Shuri into Nimrod would rotate it, though. We're going to snap it. With them only being able to play one card per turn, I figured it was worth the snap. So we will gladly take it. She's going to pull Zola every time. I mean, Zola onto the Black Panther would be fine that time. It was just that first time that it would have been bad. And then shoulder tap, we have the emote only chat coming in. And so we will launch the 2 minutes back up. We will see you guys here in just a moment. Oof. Zabu into Wong into Gwynpool. Pretty significant amount of power. I almost want to snap into it, but I want to wait one more turn to see what we draw. Never mind. Ball Teeth, thank you so much for the Prime sub coming in. The notification should pop up here in just a second. But I appreciate you and I appreciate the
welcome.
support.
It took you long enough.
So Luke's Bar. Ooh, Black Panther. So something like Zabu, Wong, either Black Panther or Gwynpool. I am really worried about their Shang-Chi. And they may have snapped because they have Shang-Chi in hand. But we'll see. So the Nocturne. Okay, Nocturne can turn off one of the locations. Get the turn 3 Wong down. I don't think is the Wong thing to do. Ooh, into the Altar of Death is a little bit unfortunate. Unless we just top deck Nimrod. But I like getting the Wong down early into maybe the Gwynpool next turn. Unless we get like Shuri, Nimrod. I do like any excuse we can get to play Wong though. Ooh, and I need to change it from the custom card. Psylocke gives us a billion energy, but I like the Gwynpool. Gwynpool, Black Panther, and then Ernest Stoller. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Huge support coming in, you guys. That puts us to 15 for the day. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one. And so, ooh, okay, so armor drops in Altar of Death, so they're going to be able to play cards. I thought they were just going for a bunch of energy next turn. So the armor, the Angela coming in, and then Gwynpool hits Destroyer so many times. We won't have, depending on if they move Nocturne, we may not have initiative going into the last turn. If we do, we could always try for like the Arnim Zola on Black Panther, which may be a bit of a praise. Wouldn't be able to play Destroyer this way. I think maybe that's fine. And it looks like our emote... Oh no, they can still play over here. Looks like our emote only chat The time is up. We're going to go ahead and free you guys. I appreciate the channel point redemption. Wind disrupts our combo, though. Yeah, it turns it into a not guarantee for the combo. I don't find the Taskmaster has been useful so far. I think it could be useful if you're not worried about dodging the Shang-Chi. So like here, we might be able to do Taskmaster here if they were expecting us to Arnim Zola. And so it could give us a way to kind of like split that expectation a bit. But we're going to go Arnim Zola. We're going to send it. We have initiative. So let's see what they end up dropping. This is for all of the marbles. We need it to hit Black Panther. Wong first is okay. Black Panther would be beautiful. Never doubt. Dang, was an option card? Yeah, it's not in the tracker, but I know that we pulled one with something earlier that I thought was naturally in their deck. They had the Destroyer generated and the Nimrod that was randomly generated, which is wild. Such a good synergy for them to pull from Arsham. But we got incredibly lucky that the Wong hit in the right order and not the Wong one. We'll take the 4, and that gives us that push of advantage back in our favor. I don't think it's even storming, so I don't know why you're freaking out. That was a big Panther. I've seen bigger. Yeah, so have I. But Elysium is beautiful here. So Wong, Gwynpool, Nimrod stuff. Not lucky flip, not the Wong one. Yeah, I'm glad you caught that. I'm glad you caught that. And it looks like maybe my pin went down. So if you guys want to enter and you haven't seen the Twitter status, you can still like that post. You can still retweet it. And we're going to do that drawing at the very end of the stream. And we're also going to be doing a season pass one, probably around maybe another hour and a half from now. And so we'll be doing the drawing then. So we have Wong, Shuri, Nimrod, beautiful combo into figuring out what we do from there. Maybe a Destroyer. It just depends. But Elysium gave us a huge advantage in having that discount. We also have the Black Panther, but we're always afraid of a potential Shang-Chi. We've seen it 3 times generated from Arsham, so I don't want to tempt that fate. I think the 24 power Nimrods should be hopefully significant. Ooh, the Rogue comes in, and it does take away our Wong before the Wong gets going. Unfortunately. But we still get the Shuri. We still have the Nimrod line and into Destroyer line. It's just not going to be as big, unfortunately. But I still think that's the play we have to go with. Looks like a fun cook. Tech Ninja. So this is actually Yo Woody, who always hits really high on the ladder in ranked, and so it's his cook, and it's been really, really fun so far. So we could either do Destroyer, but we'd be susceptible to them playing something else here. We could also do like a Taskmaster, or we could do just the Destroyer here to be able to try to push for these two. But I think it becomes something like this. Destroyer is going to move the Nimrod here and here, and then we're just hoping that they don't go heavy in Necrotia. I think it's FF. We're all in. So it doesn't increase any cubes. And so, but they have the Helicarrier, the Human Torch in the left, and we have the Nimrod moving into mid, the Zabu, and we will grab the last cube off of Purify Barracuda. Purify Barracuda. So we'll gladly take it. Take it where we can. It was a little bit closer than our silver runs. He said, as far as Wong decks, is this better than the Namora? Well, congrats on the win. Thank you, Lothria. So I don't know. I haven't played this one enough on ladder to know how it compares with like the Namora line. The Namora line is really strong as far as combo decks goes, but it's potentially weak against like, Shadow King, but that would still be the same thing here. It'd be weak against Shadow King and Shang-Chi. This one gives you an avenue to not be weak to that Shang-Chi play in the Nimrod. And so it's hard to say. I haven't played it enough to know what the stats look like. But so far on Conquest, we've been doing okay with it. And then shoulder tap. Are you a full-time streamer yet? Not yet. That would be the goal. That's the hope. But right now we do still have our day job. So we do have the Shuri into Nimrod, but we don't have anything else that's going to enable with the Zabu yet. Yeah, part-time streamer, part-time video creator, full-time dad, full-time data analyst. This one benefits a little more from certain locations. Yeah, from Death's Domain you could, but the other one you usually have those mobile cards, so like White Tiger or like a Nocturne. And so I'm not sure if it would completely negate it either. Central Park makes it a little bit congested. We're going to play Gwenpool into Central Park so that we don't give them a copy and we don't send Gwenpool on their way. Next turn is probably going to be a Shuri into Nimrod on 5, into something on 6. Unfortunately, Nimrod only gets hit once, but that's still decent. I don't think we even... Do we even extend the game with magic or not? I don't think we do. The only thing we're hoping for is like a Destroyer or Venom line. I think we're okay. Surely you will have a real resignation phone call on stream when you quit. Wait, did Dare do that on stream? I didn't realize he did it on stream. If we end up needing that last push with like a subathon, that can be one of the goals, yeah. Wait, you said he did but? What's the but? I didn't watch it. Oh, allegedly. Oh, it was probably fake? You think so? Was it that bad? It is heavily debated whether it was real. Oh, I gotcha. I got you, Fry. It was cheesy? Oh. No. So we can't win in the left lane. Even with the Destroyer. That would only put 32 over there versus their 34.
Opponent snapped.
We can, however, do something like this. Or this. I hate boomer snaps. I mean, sometimes it's fine. I boomer snap quite often. They know we're particularly weak in the left lane, I think. So if I was them, that's where I would play. I'd play something over here. Because at most we're going to have like the 16, 17. And so 10 extra power is all they need over there. I am curious though, so I'm going to go ahead and send it. And we're going to play for the left, let the Nimrod push in mid, and see what that looks like. So Gilgamesh coming in at 10 power is doable. And then Shadow King, not doable anymore. So it's the Arsham generated Shadow King that does us in, unfortunately. It was a boomer snap. I probably should have left the boomer snap. But they may have top decked it on that last turn or realized the Nimrod was coming. That's an in-deck. Oh, it is an in-deck Shadow King. It just wasn't upgraded. Well, that was awfully rude of them. Wait, you said that's a lot of times, dude? Wait, what's a lot of times? Do you enjoy playing Arsham? I do some. I think there's a little bit of there's some things that I like about it and some things that I don't. What I like about it is it gives you that that kind of randomness to be able to find ways to find those avenues to win. So whether it be like a randomly generated Shang-Chi to find a win. Those feel really cool and give you that ability to really have that skill expression to find those avenues. What I don't like about it is that a lot of times it is a lot bigger cubes that are on the line with Arsham. So a lot of times it'll sink into 4 and 8 cube games very quickly, and that gets very scary very quickly. Oh no, just learned I'm a boomer snapper, so am I. So am I, so don't worry about it. A lot of times, like, I'll play a line and then snap after to press that advantage whenever I notice that their play didn't line up exactly how it probably should have. But I silent snap since I'm 79. Silent snap can work out too. Yeah, and it can be good for new players, yeah. And so I don't like detest it. Some people are super angry with Arsham and what it's done to the game. I think we just have to adapt. And then Too Long didn't read an opinion on Gwynpool. I like her. Was that too long enough? I like her. I think she finds her way into several lists moving forward. But I don't think she's broken either. And so she could be skipped. But I think she does have the potential to give or be... Ooh, what a big spread. To be in some really big pivotal decks sometime in the future. So I kind of like ripping this middle one away. We could also do... Yeah, the 0-6 blob is scary. We could do Shuri into double power Nimrod, have it destroy automatically, but that would put us at exactly 12 here. Sometimes I'm in the mood for randomness. Yeah, sometimes. And it's consistent for what it is.
Opponent snapped.
Let's go ahead and extend. I feel like there needs to be more weightage on drawing the random cards rather than your own cards. That, or there may be more random cards shuffled in, because it's very consistent that you can get like the blobs, the mockingbirds, and those cards. I think Nimrod could be okay getting a power increase. I think he's been a little bit... Was that a morph? Is that a morph into Nimrod? Rough. It does make sure we win the left lane, which is nice. Goodness. That morph knew what he was doing. that morph knew what he was doing. Knew what he was going after. I think it's now Shuri into like a Nimrod. Maybe it's Arnhem Zola. We'll see. Maybe Destroyer doesn't feel good. We'd have to rely on like a Venom. But we'll see. We'll see what it turns out to be. It's kind of the problem, though. In theory, this is a strategy game. Having a card that removes all strategy. Yeah, but it still requires strategy. Shuri, right? What, to destroy it right away? Into giving a better chance for Arnhem Zola to hit Nimrod in mid? We can do that. I've been looking for it. No luck. I'm sure it's there somewhere. What if they nerfed Arsham by adding 24? Yeah, that'd be... I think it'd definitely be a nerf, because it decreases all of the consistency that he has. All right, let's go Nimrod. We are still susceptible to their index Shadow King. But Magneto pulls the Gwynpool over. You have the big Nimrod. They're now capped out in mid, though. Interesting. We can't do task... Oh. Well? Is this ever our line? It's either a 12 power added to mid and right to allow us to win that one, or the Red Hulk loses left but wins mid and right. I think the left lane would have been our call. Whew. This run's taken this match has taken a little bit longer than I thought it would. Or they quit. Easy peasy. And did they disconnect? What are they doing? I know. All right. So the vault is raging, maybe raging. We could always do Wong, Black Panther. We haven't seen Shang-Chi. I'm sure it's built into the deck. I don't think I've seen an Arsham deck that doesn't. But if we did like Wong, Black Panther stuff into the vault, that would be safe on turn number 6. We could then look for like a Taskmaster. Copy it. If we do Magic to extend the game, that would open the vault back up so that depending on what we draw, that might be a line we go with, but it also might not. Arsham was supposed to be a fun card that you play after a serious session. Snacks, it definitely didn't turn into just a relaxing card that never necessarily wins. So Magic to extend the game. We could also go Zabu. I think we just skip into like the Wong Black Panther stuff. And if we get Arnim Zola, we can always Wong Black Panther Arnim Zola all to the right. Let's go Wong Black Panther left, and then I think we're looking at the Taskmaster mid. Wong mid? Yeah, but then we couldn't Taskmaster out of it. That may end up being the Wong play. Play our combo mid. We could, if we draw into Arnim Zola. I guess we could extend the game. Looking for a better out for that Arnim Zola line, or the Nimrod line. You might be right, Cho. Alright, so the double drop there. Let's go Magic, Psylocke. I guess we don't necessarily need to throw the Psylocke. But let's go ahead and extend the game to give us a better chance to draw into those cards that we need. Magic and Vault. Yeah, I agree. If we're digging for, wait, I like the chance they took because it makes a new archetype. I like the idea of the deck. It just in practice kind of stings to play against. So the Black Panther, we still don't have Arnim. We have a 1 out of 3. We can always Destroyer in another lane, and this is safe, which is maybe our only little bit of solace. Never doubt.
Oh, snap.
They boomer snapped us. We're going to boomer snap right back. And depending on the order, this... Wait, they're going to boomer snap the boomer snap. And it's potentially an all or nothing. So if they have like a Cosmo and a Lyeth, yeah. Cosmo, a Lyeth. I mean, we're sticking it out, but table left, interesting. Silk, fine. Carnage, that's okay. The bounty of the Boomera. Okay, wait, Wong? Uh-oh. Namora is big. Is that an Odin too? That's an Odin. We, no, it's a blob. Okay. We should be able to handle a blob. I think since we're sending it to the left and right, ours is minimum 32 in each lane. If it hits the correct order, then I think it goes 64. And it does hit the correct order. So it's going to be 64 left, right. That puts us at a huge tempo advantage back in our favor.
Two more shall take its place.
Man, could you imagine if that was the Eliath? Yeah, the cook was really spicy. But the snap back, that'll teach him to boomer snap, I guess.
Victory.
Could you imagine if that was the Eliath coming down and just wreaking havoc? All right, the question now becomes, are they going to stick it out? They are. They're going to stick it out for the final one. So unless we go really quickly, I found the Dara quitting his job video. Did you really won? People said it was fake, though? I may need to watch it. Wait, are you rickrolling me? I haven't clicked on it yet. You can judge for yourself. No, it's for that's for real. Well, I mean, you always gotta check one. There's a pretty high probability it's fake. Yeah, I don't know if I would do one on stream. You interested in Marvel's final? Marvel Finals? Rivals. Wait, is it Rivals? Is that what you were trying to say for finals? No, you're good, V-Doggy. I would probably play it. Not something that I would like play excessively, I don't think. But I did dabble in Overwatch, and it looks very, very similar to that Overwatch style. And then Sarge SGTY, how do you enter the giveaway? So we're going to be doing another one in about like an hour and 15. We're going to be giving away the season pass. If you haven't already, you can also enter in for the mystery variant and other season pass through the X link that's pinned. That goes to the status of on X that I'm going to be drawing at the end of the stream. You was on a mission, yeah. One Doug for the video. He said can confirm it's real, no shams. And then Starship Coopers, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. That pushes us to 16 for the day. Huge support, you guys. So we have Gwynpool coming down first, and then the never lucky with the Nimrod. So Magic in the left lane. We do have an extra turn, so maybe it's that we let Nimrod simmer in Muir Island a bit. React to it after this game. We'll see. Yeah, it does look like an Overwatch clone, but you get some use out of the IP characters. Said he's the ultimate scammer. Don't believe his lies. Feng Shui. You definitely went down for a dig. We're gonna go ahead and make them commit here. We do have the ability to make the Nimrod go left and right, so it's gonna be a decently sized one by the end of the game. Another pull is crazy? Yeah. Another pull is mad crazy. One on curve and then one off. Ooh, into the Shuri is very scary. I kind of like Destroyer here into Arnim Zola on the Destroyer to send those Nimrods all over the place. I don't know if it's the most power, but I think it's the most fun. We could also go with like a Venom here into using Arnim Zola on the Venom, which may be more power than the Arnim Zola Destroyer. It would still equal just about as much crazy. I still like the Destroyer. We'll go ahead and do this. Do you think Gwynpool feels weird? Like, obviously she's a good card, but something feels off. I think she feels fine for the most part. Ooh, the late game Destroyer is crazy. The Marvel Rivals is Headless Chaos. I mean, but I think interacting with characters that you enjoy through like the Marvel series, I think it's probably fine for what it is. I would definitely play it. It'd be really cool to play with some other streamers, but I haven't played it yet. What would she be if she released in her OG state of 4/4, with her effect going off 4 times? 4/4 would be crazy if it went off 4 times. But I think she feels pretty decently strong already. But we are going to go ahead and Arnim Zola the Venom, spread the Nimrods around. Depending on what they play, I think we've spread enough power that it'll be hard for them to counter both lanes. Big Taskmaster, but it doesn't quite do the job. Into the Agent Coulson. We don't get the casserole here, but we do get the casserole. And speaking of casseroles, we have a Factor sponsorship running right now. And so anybody that signs up using my link can get a free sub. Just whisper me afterwards. But we take the win. And it does look like that ad ran, so it pushed it off for another 25 minutes. We should be good for completing out this run. with the gold conquest. We've almost came from Proving Grounds up through gold, all with this deck so far. Doesn't ship where you live. So I have my first shipment coming in today. I'm excited to try out some of the meals because I've always heard really good things, especially at the 50% discount. I heard that whenever you don't have the discount, it's a little bit harder to commit to because it is kind of pricey. But I heard that it's really good for like those quick meals and that they're pretty tasty. So I'm excited to try it out. But I wish that they shipped a little bit further for you though. I appreciate you guys hanging out. This has been one of the like highest average viewership streams that I've had, except for the day that drops launched. And so I appreciate you guys being here and hanging with me. It definitely makes it feel like a little more like it'd be achievable to jump over into that full-time streaming. As long as you guys continue to show up, we'd be able to make it happen. Big old Brady. You said, "Hey TLSG, back in the early days of Snap, I remember playing against you a couple times and emote spamming you. I just want you to know I've repented from my ways of sin and love your content." Big old Brady. That takes a big man to admit. And I will admit that I emote spammed a few times, a few people as well. Like there was, I think, one person. You've been redeemed. There was one person, I think it's the only time I've spam emoted the Miss Marvel emote. We got locked into this like pissing match in, I think it was like a Proving Ground conquest run where nobody would retreat, and it ended up being like a rope session into like a 1-cube retreat. It took like an hour to finish this one game, but after that point in time, like it was a bit of principle. Like I wasn't going to retreat out. I wasn't going to let them win. And it was probably the dumbest almost hour that I've spent in my life. But I've repented from my ways as well. And so I get it. Every once in a while, the game is going to get like just under your skin enough that you fall. And so everyone can fall. Everyone can be redeemed once again. I appreciate you being here, big old Brady. He said the Dare video is kind of underwhelming, but that that crazy guy did it. Wong into quadruple Gwynpool is kind of cool to see. I've been tilted today personally. Yeah. Yep, it does happen. And during those times, I have to remind myself, like, if I'm not having fun, why am I still playing? Like, at that point, I just need to take a break for a bit. But it can get under your skin. You said that's an hour you can tell your grandkids about? It is. There was this one time I didn't back down, held my ground. Wong, Shuri, Nimrod, Destroyer, all on Onslaught Citadel is a beautiful line. It falls to like a Shang-Chi, but it falls to Shadow King, but it's Shang-Chi proof. He said, yeah, he definitely did it, not a paid actor. Well, I don't know that I could. Like, I don't think anyone at my work even knows that I create content or stream. They may not necessarily like know what that means. So I don't know how the conversation or the call would go. He said, Sweat. I also played him a couple times back in the day. Our boy utterly destroyed me. It was my pleasure. I feel like maybe I've lost some of that edge. Like, I feel like the skill level of like the average player has increased so dramatically since like early game days. And so like it's always fun to go against people now. Because it's usually a really good like back and forth grudge match at that point. That Dara did avoid telling them about him going to be a full-time streamer. Ooh, that is a big Nimrod. He said I've got stuff to do. Okay. I could see that, but I don't think I could do that to my boss, because I enjoy my boss. I just don't enjoy the leadership that's taken over above like our team. Venom. I mean, I think either way is probably fine. Destroyer would trigger twice, and so the Nimrods would go, they would quadruple. And so then you'd have that spread. But I think when we're looking at like a 96 power, I don't think it matters too much. And the Shuri did still hit 4 times, right? Which was crazy. Cosmo was dangerous? Yeah, Cosmo was definitely dangerous. It was on reveal and happened before Limbo changed. I guess Cosmo was dangerous, so we could have Venomed and then had Destroyer for an alternate lane just in case. Otherwise, we were completely stacked in the right lane. Oh, the Shuri. Okay, gotcha. The Shuri on reveal happened before the change, so it makes sense. So Destroyer would only trigger twice, but the rest were 4. All right, and so now they know kind of what they're up against. We do have the Shuri Nimrod line, so if we can get Wong again, would it be Wong of us to snap back on him? I was considering snapping, and then they did, and so I just had to send it. Had to send it anyways. I think negative zone is probably fine. Mirage copies our magic, which we're okay with. We have maybe Gwynpool on turn number 3. If we get Wong, then it's definitely the Wong play. And we do get Destroyer. So it could be something like Gwynpool, Shuri, Nimrod, Destroyer. We don't even have to play the magic. I think this is what we're going to go with. And so they get Gwynpool. That's not our Gwynpool, right? No, it was created by White Palace. And they do have Loki in hand. Our Nimrod got hit 2 times, which is massive. Such a big Nimrod hit there. Much better than the triple hit on Taskmaster from earlier. Let's throw the Shuri. That's going to be a 20 power Nimrod into like a Destroyer.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Huge power potential spreading across the board. And then Sergeant Helly, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That pushes us to 17 for the day. The support today has been incredible. Just you guys being here to vibe with me in chat has been more than I could ever ask. I appreciate that you guys still enjoy the content and still choose to hang out with me when you have so many great streamers you could choose. So let's go Nimrod into, it's either a Destroyer or a Venom. We could always Destroyer and then Venom in one of the other lanes the following turn. But we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. And then Coin and Cleavage, you said, TLSG, what happens when Red Guardian gets in an argument with Mystique? I don't know if that's the setup for a joke or if you wanted an answer. And so Coin and Cleavage, I don't know what happens if that was a joke line. But if actually in game she's not Wong, definitely not Wong. You're not Wong about that. We can go Destroyer now into something else, or we can go Venom into next turn doing like a Taskmaster. But I do like the power of Destroyer, giving us that kind of alternate play line. So let's go with this one. We will gladly push where we can. And then if they have the Hawk that rips it away, then we're spreading our power, so it should be okay there as well. Man, I'm so scared of a Cosmo. Do Loki decks typically run a Cosmo? It took me like 3 full workdays, but I got the joke. I mean, better late than never, Deadpool. Better late than never. And so that is that was a 4 because it was the snap back. Yeah, almost nobody runs Cosmo. The one that does is going to swindle us for some big cubes. Is hot location still active? No, it's not. But we are finishing up an entire Proving Grounds through gold run with this build, and so it might be that we jump into ladder with this one afterwards. And so the snap, we're fine accepting the snap. We do have Zabu into Gwynpool. We have the Nimrod line, so we'll see. Honestly, I very often play cards like Cosmo or Enchantress on Conquest. I mean, I do think they are significantly better in Conquest. I think there's a big lack of Cosmo on ladder, but I do think it's one that is
welcome. It took you
still
long
very
enough.
viable. And if it finds its way into decks, it can really be that tipping point, be able to win some big cubes. Especially with how many on reveals we have in our current like meta or the state of our meta. It can do a lot of really big things. Next Joker, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That helps us get a little bit closer to Partner Plus. And I think we are getting somewhat close for this month, being able to hit that first tier 1 marker. And so that helps us get bigger splits from our subscribers. So more of the money goes to me, less of it to Twitch. And so then we're able to stream a little bit more often and hopefully move over into full time. This deck looks strong. Props for finding a reasonable home for Zabu. And Maiko, I didn't actually find this one. This one was Yo. Oh, I don't know. I spelled it wrong. I just now noticed I spelled it Waddy. But this one is a Yo Woody MJ. His brew, from what I've heard. And I wanted to find a way to make Zabu Wong Gwynpool work, and I just couldn't find like the right order of cards. But it looks like he was able to finally make it happen. So I kind of think we magic one of these other locations, because it looks like we would end up going like Black Panther, Taskmaster, something line. And so I want the space just in case we hit an Arnim Zola. What's a good card replacement for Gwynpool? Gwynpool's kind of a tough one in this one. Like you could maybe go for, if you're going for like the power up effect, you could try for like the Nakia or Forge. Or you could go for, like, if you're really looking to dig, you go for Iron Lad. Iron Lad hits that same spot, could potentially dig into Wong, Shuri, and, like, those sort of shenanigans. And so it might end up being pretty decent for you as well. So since we played Magic over here, the Wong is, I think, if we're worried about Shang-Chi, which we know is in their hand, if we're worried about Shang-Chi, then I don't know that we go Wong here. I think that would be the Wong choice. Yeah. I think we still have to throw it. Wong choice, you silly. I think we still have to throw it. I can't think of a better line other than maybe like consolidating with Venom.
Wakanda forever.
Maybe they won't throw it this turn. They'll hold it and we'll get Arnim Zola instead. Let's go to the regularly powered Nimrod, unfortunately. Wong is the Wong choice. Looks like Wong may have been the right choice. But that's okay. We could have done Wong into Nimrod into Destroyer that we're going to top deck right here, right? No, Arnim Zola. Well, this one doesn't work out very well. We are all in here, so we might as well. It's like we don't lose anything for seeing this one play out. So I think Shuri into Venom. We're gonna push power here and here and just hope that maybe they misplay this ending and there they can't spread their power across. So Black Bolt, that I think does it over there. And then, ooh, the Snow Guard on the left forces a tie. And so we would have to be able to win mid, and I'm not sure if we do that. But the Shuri into the 10 power Venom, plus the Nimrod coming in. No, it's not going to do it, right?
It took you long enough.
That is really close, but we lose by what, 1? So 5 versus... we lose by 2. A lot closer than I thought it would be. Paulo Zoom, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So, we lost one. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next. And since it's still the early rounds, I'm going to make them commit to going all in for each of these. Sinister London is kind of cool with like a Shuri, maybe Black Panther, but I ideally would get something like Nimrod to be able to do like a duplicated Venom or a duplicated Destroyer. What conquest is this? This is Gold Conquest and match number 3. So with this deck, I took it from Proven Grounds up to where we're at now, and it's been absolutely dominating. And so we're on the very end of our Gold Conquest run. You said having a lovely day. Happy to support you. Love the chill vibe. Thank you so much, Paulo. Always appreciate somebody coming in and just enjoying being here, which we have a really wholesome community. So I've been really fortunate because I think the ones that are a little bit more toxic, like the communities, so like a lot of like league streams, I think that would be really stressful to create content for. I think we forego the Zabu. We just do like Wong into Shuri on 4 and 5 into just a big play on 6. Could be like a quadruple powered Destroyer. Maybe we, I don't know. We'll see. I don't think it'll be the Wong decision. We'll go Wong with Shuri. And then I really think Destroyer is going to be our line. We could also maybe go Black Panther. Black Panther may scale bigger than the Destroyer. Nice to see a deck that utilizes Owner Reveal Zabu. I agree. I very much agree, because you don't see it very often. Wong Shuri Panther, yeah. Since it pops into a different lane after that first on reveal, that second Black Panther is going to be massive. So let's go with the Shuri line. We would fall to Cosmo. We would fall to them being able to change Sinister London. But otherwise, I think we're in a very comfortable spot here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They might use it to disable the. They did play Snow Guard. Yeah, Shang-Chi won't be a problem, but changing Sinister London would be. Unless we went Black Panther now, just in case. I feel like we have to go Black Panther now. Like the Shuri makes it go brr a little bit more, but then we're susceptible to Shang-Chi. That's, yeah, but how do you claw in the big house? It's discounted from Quinjet. We're gonna do the Black Panther just in case. Ooh, the Rogue is spicy. Ooh, so the Snow Guard Hawk this turn instead of next turn. Rough. Super rough. Unfortunate. It was worse than previously imagined. It absolutely was. We're gonna end it all with the Destroyer. Goodness. Well, okay, hold on. Okay, just in case they couldn't beat the left lane, I was gonna throw something big in mid, but they have it. We're gonna end it all with the Destroyer. If they come back for a 10-2, like props to them, but it's gonna take us forever. Like I respect the grit for staying in, especially in gold match round 3. I just hope they don't whittle us away that much. That's what happens when Wong gets in an argument with Rogue. It does. It does, absolutely. Okay, so Triskelion, we get Black Knight, we get Uatu. I'm gonna go ahead and play Uatu. I wish he was better. I wish he was a card that I felt good about using, but he just never feels worthwhile. You're a Wong? I might be a little bit Wong. All right, so we have the morph. We could always send that. But looks like we're gonna have to play Black Knight as well. Let's stack the 2/1 cost cards for now. Is that why you abandoned the Uatu avatar? It is. If he was usable, I still use it sometimes, but I like to switch him up pretty much every deck, just because I have so many avatars, and that gives me an excuse to change up my card back. That gives me... Do I have the base card back on this? I thought I had set it to something different, but I guess not. Oops. That Red Guardian looks spicy. Red Guardian where? To the right? I don't really like the Uatu buff. Nah, me neither. Wait, where are you thinking about the Red Guardian? I was thinking the morph. Magic? Alright. That's magic into Hala. Ooh, Baron Mordo can be a little bit scary, depending on what it hit here. Actually, most of those hits would be bad. Ah, Psylocke is fine. Alright, let's go. All these are looking pretty mid. Let's throw... I'm going to throw Morph to the right. We're still hoping for, like, our Nimrod, our Black Panther, or something. It's Morphin time. It is at... Like, if ever there was a time for Morph to come out, it is now. We know their entire deck, and so we'll get a little bit of insight into what's in their hand. Agent Coulson, Snowguard, both would be bad hits. Mirage, bad hit. Lockjaw is not what I was expecting. But maybe we'll take it. And then Snap, CL King, welcome in. And then Thundering Typhoon, you said, I just recently got addicted to this game, but man, the animated cards are disappointing. I came from Gwent. I never personally played Gwent, but I've seen some footage on it. So I could maybe see your point a little bit, Thundering. But I do enjoy like the quick, fast gameplay that this one provides. So I kind of want to rotate Gwynpool. So we're going to do it. So Gwynpool will give us a little buff to something in our hand. Venom, Taskmaster, and Arnim Zola. Into the Nimrod is beautiful. And so now we can do Destroyer into like a Venom. We could also do Arnim Zola. Well, Arnim Zola on the Venom wouldn't, or on the Destroyer wouldn't guarantee hit it. It'd be a toss-up between that and Nimrod. We've got this one. This one may be the one. This one turned into a really strange game. Like, looking at the cards on their side of the board is no idea what's being played. Are the one-cost cards made completely irrelevant by Killmonger? Not necessarily. There's a few ways to protect your one-cost cards, so like Armor, Cosmo. There's also Kyera, which makes it where... then Zolamid. Yeah, I think Zolamid. There's also Kyera, where it makes it where your 1 and 6 cost cards can't be destroyed. And so those are possible lines for you. But it is a big threat, or it was for quite a while. Killmonger has kind of dropped off in value because it's been less focused on one-cost drops like recently in the game. Please don't lose to this budget Loki deck. We're trying our best not to. Let's go with the Arnim Zola. If it hits Nimrod, that should be okay. Ooh, the Shang-Chi is unfortunate. But that does push a guaranteed amount to the left. Mirage is not great for him. Pushes a guaranteed amount to the left with the Nimrod getting destroyed and then sending that extra one over left and right. We will take it.
Victory.
The Shang-Chi was a good call to win mid, but Arnim Zola was a little bit stronger. That one took a little bit longer than I thought it was going to, but we will take it. That is a run-up from Proving Grounds all the way to Infinite with Woody's deck, which looks like it is an absolute destructive force. So I'm going to pin this message one more time. If you guys haven't, we're doing a few giveaways today. If you haven't seen and liked and reposted this status on X, if you have an X account, you still have time. I'm going to do that drawing for those at the end of the stream. You're a very punny man. It just kind of... I'm glad that I have an audience for my bad dad jokes. But that does give us another infinite ticket to use once that opens up. We get the Deadpool avatar. And then up Lemur, good games, very good games. So let's go ahead and claim this. It looks like there's going to be a set of ads that are queued up just about to start. And so I'm going to run to the restroom really quick, and then we're going to run this deck on ladder because it actually surprised me a decent amount on the Conquest run. I wonder if we can keep up that success on ladder. And so I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. In about 45 minutes, we'll do the Gwynpool Season Pass giveaway. And then at the very end of the stream, I will do the Twitter picker to pick the winners for the X status, or I guess X. But we're going to run to the quick ad break, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. And then Pollo Loco, you said, good afternoon, y'all. First time chatter. Saw you playing against Harry this morning with your clog deck. Had him sweating. That was such an intense game, and I didn't realize I was going against Harry at the time. But it was definitely a good one. So we're going to run to the restroom real fast, and we'll be right back. All right, and it looks like the ads are just about over with. And so we're going to be jumping right into the ranked ladder. See if we can have a little bit more success with this list. And so we'll queue it up. I'm going to record a few of these because we may do a stream highlight, because this deck has been performing well enough that I think it might be worth showcasing. So first up we have Benzie. The first location is the raft. So we're going to go ahead and skip on one and get a feel for what the opponent's running. We do have the Shuri, Nimrod, either Taskmaster, Arnhem, Zola line. Ooh, and then Sinister London is also decent if we end up getting the Destroyer. I don't want to snap into it yet. Ooh, America Chavez, Koye could be looking to do like the Brood, Gwynpool buff style stuff.
Breaking news.
I think we'd be decently favored against that. Shuri, Nimrod, potential double Venom, double Destroyer. I like it. We could also potentially do the Wong, Shuri, Nimrod, who end up forcing the retreat. And then in green, he said, just want to let you know that I just came into your stream, but I'm already enjoying my time here a lot. In green, thank you so much for finding the stream, and I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Definitely really positive vibes here. That's my favorite part about doing the streams, is getting to interact with all of you guys, which I don't get to do on my videos. And so, won with an empty board. So that's the second time today, actually, that we've won without playing a single card. And then Shorbs, you said, yo, dude, found on YouTube and subbed top tier content. Thank you so much,
welcome.
Shorbs.
It took you long enough.
And then Empire's Buffet, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. And then Nimbus, I did see that you jumped in. Starship Coopers, you said, hey, TLSG, you have my favorite videos to watch on the tubes. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, you guys. So much positivity. This just started flowing really quickly. I appreciate you guys being here. All right, so next up we have Spider Hal. The first location is Hala. And so if for some reason we lost that, we could maybe clear up, get a better line for like our Nimrod. But I don't know that ever benefits us too greatly. We can always Psylocke into the Nimrod on 4. I think we're going to... we probably should have played Zabu. But we did end up skipping, depending on what we draw on this next turn. But never punished, because Utopia comes in and gives us the line for the Shuri into Nimrod. And we do have Venom in hand. So since we can't do Nimrod next turn, I think we're going to do Zabu. And then if we end up drawing Wong, we could do Wong and Shuri both on 4. So we're actually gonna snap into it. I think we have a decent line at the very least. Ideally, we could top deck into either Gwynpool or Wong. Both would be great at elevating how high our Nimrod could potentially go. And so Nocturne comes down. We don't rely on magic all that much, but there are some occasions where it does end up being good for us. So maybe we go Magic into the Nocturne lane. We go Shuri into Pet Mansion. And then next turn, we'd be able to do Nimrod, potentially hit it with a Venom or a Destroyer, allowing us to like a Taskmaster or something similar from there. Why not Shuri left? I mean, we could Shuri left. I don't think that at this point they don't have a whole lot of power, so I don't think it makes too much difference which one we go to. Then Empire's Buffet, you said, hello, been following your YouTube videos ever since I started playing during the Thunderbolt season. Your 30 days of Snap helped me immensely. Can't wait to complete Series 3. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the content and that you're enjoying your journey, because it takes a while. It's definitely a grind. And so I'm glad that you're enjoying it. It's slow and steady. If you enjoy the game, that makes the collection part of it that much easier. And so they do throw down a Quake. We have Magic to extend the game in the Nocturne lane. Then we have Shuri dropping in Utopia. It is going to be protected from the Shang-Chi lines, because we've only seen one of their cards.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Johnny Neutron and then Shorbs, thank you both for the tier 1 subs. That does help us get
welcome. It took you long
that
enough.
much closer to Partner Plus. I appreciate the support. Appreciate you guys being here. You guys are more than I could ever ask for. And so we're going to go ahead and go Nimrod to the left. When do you think they'll drop the clans? I think they gave us a date. I want to say it was around the 30th. But we're going to go Nimrod in the left. Ooh, unfortunate. The Nimrod can no longer be spread across the board. We do see their Alliance coming down. So... Seven, 8, 9. This doesn't quite give us enough energy to do Black Panther plus Taskmaster. But we could... No, we wouldn't be able to do Arnim Zola either. I think we have to retreat out of this one. That Alliath hurts us quite a bit. Alliath, the no fun, please? Yeah, no kidding. The Wong Psylocke, I think, is... decent. We would need 1 extra energy though. So some kind of Venom plus Taskmaster? We could go Psylocke Venom into Taskmaster. But they could have Shang-Chi. They could also maybe have Legion and rip this away. I don't know that it's worth the extra 2 cubes of risk. We're gonna jump out of this one. Like, I think depending on like what they had in hand and what they snapped on, yeah, they could. If they Alliath or if they Absmanned the Alliath, that might be a tilting point. We're gonna retreat out for 2, and then we'll jump into a different one. I had one game where I did Alliath into Absorbing Man, into the following turn, doing Odin onto the Alliath again. So I triggered it 3 times in a couple different lanes to make sure that their abilities just couldn't do anything that they wanted to do. So it was awful. While twisting your mustache, yeah, and we were chuckling maniacally at the same time. So next up we have Splat. The first location is just Death's Domain, which is fine for our Nimrod. We have Zabu into a potential Gwynpool, but right now our targets for Gwynpool are kind of iffy. We can do Zabu into Wong now, but I don't think that'd be the Wong direction to go.
The Ravona, this could be... There's a few decks floating around that use Ravona. I did see a Ravona Goblin one the other day, but most of the time it's like Athena, Angela, Kitty Pryde style core. I'm here for the I'm here for the dad jokes. Well, we have them all day, every day. Hala becomes kind of scary. But I also don't really want to play Wong into the Orcus Forge either. So maybe it's not the Wong decision to go to the right. I love dad jokes, me too. I'm glad that I have a platform that appreciates them. Like, I feel like our community is definitely in that right demographic that is able to appreciate the bad dad jokes. So we have the Black Panther into Arnim Zola stuff, but we don't know that this is going to remain. So I'm going to throw Gwynpull over to the right, let it trigger twice. We might be able to just do a Black Panther somewhere else into either Taskmaster or maybe an Arnim Zola. And then Carne, welcome in. We are live. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. He said, Hydem said, came for the drop, staying for the dad jokes. I appreciate it. Anything to keep you guys entertained, I'm here for it. So the Wong here is kind of scary. Ravona, Magic, Wong. Could be maybe a negative Surfer. Just maybe it's, I don't know. I don't know what else they're doing with the Wong line here. So I think I want to go Black Panther, maybe Arnim Zola immediately after it. And then we could look to do either Taskmaster immediately after it. Maybe not Arnim Zola. The Mystique on the Wong is scary. Maybe it's a Hazmat? Maybe they're throwing Hazmat stuffs. You said dad jokes are supreme. I've been saving them up for when I become a dad. You're just keeping a mental note or a mental log. It could be Hazmat craziness. It's usually the only ones that go super greedy with like Wong Mystique into like Hazmat Odin. Yeah, Hazmat or Gambit. They could hit a Namora here. That'd be a kind of a nasty Namora. I'm going to throw the Taskmaster for now, and then maybe it's Arnim Zola next turn. The Rogue steals the Wong. Arnim Zola becomes really tough to fight against. Into Ironheart. So I think it's just like an Odin on reveal. Maybe? That went super greedy with the Mystique? Or maybe it's looking to set up the Exodia combo. I play Wong, Mystique, Iron. Yeah, it's a strong one without many counters to it. Like if the opponent doesn't have a Rogue, an Enchantress, a Cosmo, then it puts a crazy amount of stats on the board. Our only way to win, I think, would be a lucky 1 out of 3 Arnim Zola. Definitely not worth the stay. Because an Odin here is going to trigger an absurd number of times. Definitely not worth the stay. We're going to do it anyways.
Hail Hydra!
Wakanda forever!
See if it's enough. Ooh, that may not be enough. That Sage is huge. Ah, unfortunate. I hear people say Exodia a lot, but I don't know the reference. So Exodia is a like an old school Yu-Gi-Oh reference, and it in the original game it had 5 pieces of the Exodia combo. So it had like the left and right arm, left and right foot or leg, and then the Exodia, like the head of Exodia. If you got all 5 in your hand, then you just won. And so like the game would be over. You would lay them down and say, "I win." It was the only kind of combo that I think existed for a while in the game. And so with Gambit, the reason it's called Exodia combo is because if it triggers 16 times, then you clear the entire board. And so it's almost like the Exodia combo. Like it's not exact, but that's where the reference comes from. It's also why Pot of Greed was banned? Yes, or it was limited for a while and then eventually banned, right? Card was crazy strong. Is Beta Race Bill good? He's definitely playable.
He's always like right on the cusp of like being competitive without being broken. And so like if you liked Thor back in like the Thor Lockjaw like days, I think Beta Ray Bill will be a good archetype for you. I enjoy playing it. I usually keep a Beta Ray built. A Beta Ray build built. And then Robe, you have the you have the Exodia emojis. Yeah, say that 3 times fast. It was way more of a tongue twister than I was prepared for. Yeah, Wong Mystique Onslaught was the OG. It took forever to trigger too. I really want a nice Cersei deck, but I've yet to find one. So the really sweet spot for Cersei for me is 4 into 5 for that cost range. But it does sometimes feel inconsistent. I think just in general, because you can't have that guaranteed amount of power. But I think that's where like Cersei can potentially be good. Why is the Pot of Greed broken? Or was? So Pot of Greed allowed you to draw more cards. And so being able to draw into those very specific ones was a bit broken. Especially if you had multiple copies, you could kind of thin through your deck that way. And then Rainbow Pit, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So we have Wong into Shuri. Surely it's not a mistake this time around. Snap into it. Up against Jimbo. We lost the first couple. And then what about Bill? Wait, what about Bill? Yes, a very good Adam Warlock. And so if I remember right, it didn't take any like cost or it didn't take any card cost to play Pot of Greed. So as soon as you drew it, it was basically like you would get 2 extra cards or whatever it was. In Pokemon trading card game, was Bill considered broken? I don't remember. I think he was highly used, but I could just be making stuff up in my head. I didn't play super competitive with Pokemon. I just played some of like the starter decks with my friends around. The neighborhood. What's the best way to spend gold? Ingrid, typically the best way to spend gold is whenever gold bundles pop up from time to time. But they're usually not like an excessive amount more value, and so you could usually get away with either just converting it to currency if you want to get more cards quicker, or you could refresh your season missions. But the best value is typically waiting for a good gold bundle. But since those are kind of situational and come somewhat rarely, I could also add, suggest spending it to help your collection build faster so you have more to play with. But it really comes down to what you enjoy more. After these talks, I want to try Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very different than the talks that we're talking about now. So at that point, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was very much like, it was kind of like it was very vanilla. Like you did X and Y, Z happened. Since then, all kinds of craziness has been brought into the game, and so it's very like you could win in the very first turn of the game, and so it becomes a lot harder to keep up with. It's a lot more combo driven decks and a lot less like homebrew your own stuff and have fun with it. And so if they have an Annihilus, then this should keep us protected in this right lane. And the 24 power Nimrod should be fine as well. We're reading too? Yeah, the cards now are excessively long. There's a good Destroyer bundle coming up. Ooh, with 6,000 tokens. Bulbaquill, nice. I didn't know. I typically don't look too far ahead on the data mine stuff, but if it is one that has a good conversion value, then that may be worth saving and keeping up for. So that gives you a free Series 5 card of your choice. All right, next up we have Geribaldo. We have the Shuri into Nimrod, and in Death's Domain, so we can get that immediate destruction on it as well. We don't have Venom anymore. But they don't have... Was it Spider-Man that they lost? Yeah, they lost their Spider-Man. I think I'm going to throw Zabu into Sokovia. If we draw Wong, then we would play that first. If we draw Gwynpool, we would play that first. Otherwise, we may skip. We can either play Shuri now and then skip on 4, or we can... I think we're just going to skip now. So the Zabu is not going to be benefit added for us, but it gave us that opportunity for the Wong line. So let's go Shuri. They have Nocturne, so they probably change Death's Domain at some point. But we do have Destroyer, so even if our Nimrod doesn't immediately get destroyed, I think it's okay. The Stegoron comes down, moves our Zabu over, unless they're running like complete Flutter deck. And even then, I think the Destroyer gives us a lot of value. You said, is that the Untapped app? What's your thoughts on it? Is what the Untapped? The trackers on the side? The trackers on the side is untapped, and I enjoy it. It allows me to keep track of what's in my deck still without needing to like try to mentally keep track of everything I've drawn and everything that's still like, slotted into it. And so they do change Death's Domain, so we're not going to get the immediate change on it. The Vault pops into the left lane, and then Spider-Man 2099. So they could be looking to do a Heimdall shift. And if they pull it over here, or I guess they can't. They could Heimdall shift into mid. I like this. Destroyer, push the Nimrod, and we'll give up the Vault. We could also try to push for like a Taskmaster. But I think with them potentially being able to run like a Heimdall or something that goes wide, because looking at the Stegoron, Nocturne, Spider-Man 2099, I think they have other movement cards as well. I think we lean into the Destroyer line instead. Destroyer right does not 99 kill Nimrod again. Wait, what? So Nimrod or Destroyer right to make the Spider-Man with Heimdall. Gotcha. Yeah. Since we don't have Prio, the Heimdall wouldn't be the play we'd be looking at. So the Vulture pushes over into the Vault, which is perfectly fine. Nobody expect... Ooh, maybe that's not perfectly fine. Nobody expects the Destroyer, but they may have anticipated it. But I think with that going into mid, we should be able to overpower the 24 in mid. We overpower the 12 in the right. It was a lot closer than it probably should have been, but we still find a way to make it happen. Yeah, it was very close. It was a very, very close one. Let's run a couple more, and then we'll run the next giveaway here in just a minute, or I guess probably like 10-15 minutes. We'll run the next giveaway for the season pass. And then Verbally Insane. If you use the second link, it does. It's an affiliate link, so it helps me out if you do end up downloading it. If you don't like that, the first one does go directly to the site, and so. Whichever direction you like to go, I like to always add that disclosure to let people know. So next up we have Spirit of Co. The first location is Necrotia. We have Magic, we have Gwynpool. Said, yeah, I figured always use the affiliate links. I appreciate it. But some people are really iffy about it. And for me, if somebody doesn't, like, if they try to hide the affiliate link, that's whenever I feel kind of iffy about it, and I may go to just like the site. Otherwise, I don't mind using the affiliate link. And so Grand Central in mid, they do go with the Ravona, then into a Triskelion. Galactus could be kind of funny if we were able to get it to trigger somewhere. And we had Nimrod on the board. But I think we'll go Magic mid. Potentially look at doing like Gwynpool on 4, unless we draw Shuri. Shuri may be a different direction that we end up going.
Will the giveaway be for the season pass alone or the mystery variant too? I asked because I've already got the season pass and I need to go get some food. Deadpool, so the next one that we're doing is just the season pass. If you haven't, then the Twitter link will get you entry into the additional mystery variant that we're giving away and the additional season pass. And you don't have to be present for that one. And so if you go to the X status and either you like, follow, and repost it, that will give you entry into that. I'll do that drawing at the very end of stream. Wasn't aware the future VP plays Marvel Snap. Wait, is that Sid? We're gonna go ahead and play Gwenpool out. Right now, it could hit Black Panther, which would be nice. Vance. Wait, does he really? Or is that JD Vance? I'm not up to date on my US VPs apparently. Am I his doppelganger? He says you look like him. I didn't realize that. So we have Black Panther we could use. We have a 10 power Gladiator, which is kind of nice. And right now we do have the lead in the left lane. We might. There's always a chance we just YOLO Galactus to the left on 6 and see if we win. Kind of like the YOLO Galactus here. We have the lead over here. Gladiator hopefully helps us maintain the lead in Limbo into the Galactus drop. Very handsome. I appreciated the dope show. And so let's see what they dropped in Limbo. Wong. Ooh, that's kind of tough. Oh, never mind. We destroyed it. Just kidding. Gamora. Still have initiative. And Odin would be kind of scary. They could have like Silver Surfer, but we're gonna go YOLO Galactus. See if it lands. It's so infrequently that we're able to get a Galactus to trigger. We're gonna try our best. He said Trump is naming him his VP. I haven't kept up on politics so much around like this time around. But I'm sure as it gets closer to election, I'll definitely read up and start paying a little bit closer attention. I got a bad feeling about this. Me too, a little bit. But they could also be looking to like really dive that middle location. So there's a chance. There's a better chance than I think normal because they do have -3 sitting in that lane. Oh, it was just announced a few hours ago? Well, now I don't feel quite as bad. You said I have 6 keys and don't have Galactus or Hydra Bob. I hear, ooh, that is a big left lane stack. I have a bad feeling about this too. Can we do a takesy backsies? Didn't go Wong, Black Panther, Taskmaster? Maybe we should have. That was a very hard read on the left lane to completely cap it out. It's unfortunate. That's what we'll say. Definitely an unfortunate stack. Maybe they had something big they'd be able to play into mid. Maybe they were just going off the fact that they didn't think we could win to the right. I don't know. We'll call it unfortunate. You said, hey chat and TLSG, what's your opinion on Ajax? I've been wondering if I should get him, but I don't have Red Guardian or US Agent. So I don't think Red Guardian or US Agent would necessarily be required, but I'm kind of low on Ajax. I think he'll be usable, but I don't know that he'll be incredibly strong either. And so I think it'll take a little bit. I would give it a few days after he releases to see like if the streamers continue using him after day 1. Then he's typically going to be a pretty good one. If not, the store manager, maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. Definitely was unfortunate. If they kind of play it and then drop it and you don't see it in any of your games, then it's not necessarily in a strong spot. Doesn't mean that it won't be in a couple of days, a couple of weeks, but it's hard to really gauge a card like Ajax, because I anticipate a lot of Luke Cage tomorrow through probably next Tuesday. And so it's really going to be hard to gauge how strong he'll be outside of that. So it could be a Sage scenario where Sage was really kept down by Leech. And then shortly after Sage was released and Sage was in the spotlights, we had the Over the Air that took away that Leech on 4. And so then Sage was really able to start shining. And so it's really, I think, tough to judge, at least from what we have right now. Yeah, Copycat, I think, is going to be a good one. And then Shibal, you said, wow, they feel left when you played a random G-Man and they're not expecting to turn 7. I mean, it feels that way. But I don't know. I don't know. We weren't in their head. If you did stream snipe and you're watching this, shame on you. That's about it. Like, I don't sweat the ladder too much, because if we lose rank, we already hit infinite. We don't get anything for being higher on the ladder. So I think it's all right. And then you said, hope it's going good. The stream's going really well so far. We're having a good time. We do have Shuri into Black Panther, or Wong into Shuri. Black Panther into Peach. Unfortunate. Well. It takes away our Panther. Save for Cassandra more than Copycat. Yeah, but Cassandra you can just, you don't have to spend any keys to unlock. So let's go Gwynpool to the left. See what happens. Maybe we get Taskmaster. That didn't get impacted by the Leech that was destroyed in Vormir. Ooh. But we wouldn't be able to play Taskmaster because it would get destroyed. Gawkok's not awful. But it's not great either. So the Destroyer comes down. We have the lead there, at least for now. In the Gwynpool. It has no targets, which is super unfortunate. Into the Taskmaster that we can't play. Unless they just didn't have a way to place 12 power in mid and didn't have a Shang-Chi. Yeah, we'll jump out of this one. Unfortunate. It is what it is. So I think the deck has a really cool synergy. I think it does really cool things, but I'm just getting handled on the ladder. On Conquest was a different story. Like, it did really good. It was really hard to match up against. But for whatever reason, we're not having a great time. I'll play it for a little bit more though. But let's see what our current stats are. I feel like it's going to be a 30% so far. Okay, 42%. And we've lost an average of 1 cube per game. It's only been 7 games though, so the sample size is small. We'll give it a little bit more. We're gonna run a quick. Thank you for the posture check. We're gonna run a quick set of ads real fast, so that they don't start in the middle of the next game. Don't go anywhere, you guys. I appreciate all of you being here and hanging out with me while we play some Marvel Snap. So, and then actually, before we go into the ads, we're gonna go ahead and run the Gwynpool giveaway, the Gwynpool season pass. And so we're gonna type up the. Oh, and then Cloud responded earlier. They got the Dagger 1602 variant from the code, which is a big one. I think if they're using like that in like the junk deck, it would be nice. But the keyword is gonna be Gwyn. We're gonna go ahead and make the keyword Gwyn. I will pin it in the chat. So if you put Gwyn into the chat, that will give you entry. We'll run it here in just a couple of minutes, and we'll be giving away the season pass for today. So if you don't have one, definitely make sure you're entering into it. We'll get you the code ASAP. We're going to run the quick set of ads as you guys flood Gwyn onto the board, and we will be right back once again. All right, so we have the I have the season pass. Yeah, and I don't. So previously you could use the code after the season, but I think they may have changed it where it's specific to the Gwyn Pool season pass. And so maybe if you already have it, if you have an alternate account, you could enter, but otherwise you might leave it up to the ones that maybe are free to play and could use the season pass. But it's your call. If you want to type in Gwyn, you have just as much chance as everybody else. And we have the absolute flooding of Gwyn right now. Let's see how many we have that are eligible. We have close to 100 people that have entered. So right now you have a 1% chance of winning. In saying Gwyn more than once doesn't give you better chances, but it does make my heart smile seeing all of them flood through. Lucky Flip, you said I have the season pass already, so you can take me out of the giveaway. All right, Lucky Flip, and so I'll, and whoever ends up getting it, I'll give you guys a chance to look at it. So, Gwyn, Wolverine, you have Gwyn more than once. I like the wittiness. Does yelling it out loud at home increase your odds? Well, I can't speak for the percentage of the increase, but I think if I'm able to hear it because you scream so loudly, it definitely increases your chance. And then T Greenathy take you out as well. All right, so I'm gonna run it as is, and then if you've already got it or if you don't want it for some reason, then we can always re-roll. And so it looks like we are back from our ads. I'll give it just a couple more seconds, about 15 more seconds, and we're gonna. I got hit by my family for screaming. Ah, Jello snack. That's my bad. We're gonna go ahead and roll it in about 5 seconds. So get your Gwyns in where you can. All Gwyns count. We have, it's still climbing, so we have, I saw about 5 more that popped in on those last couple of seconds. So we'll give about 5. All right. We're gonna go ahead and roll it now. We did have another couple that jumped in. So as long as that number is climbing, 103, get your Gwyns in where you can for the giveaway. We're gonna be rolling it in just a second. We've gotten another 3 or 4 since then, so better late than never. 105. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and roll it now. Thank you guys for entering in. Big Mindy, I'm not sure if the one Gwyn worked, so you may try it one more time and then I'll roll. I think it looks for just specifically that word. There we go. We'll make sure you're in. All right, we're gonna go ahead and roll it now, you guys. Let's go ahead and it looks like NYTS Temple. What? And then Poyo, you put win. So it looks like NYTS Temple, you are the winner of the season pass. And so if you just type any kind of message here, let me know that you're in it. There you go. So I see your message. Let me pull you up for a real quick whisper. We'll send it over. We'll send it over your way. I can't find your name in chat. There you are, NYT. Click on it. Then it looks like you've been following for since July 30th, so a little while. I appreciate the July 30th, 2023. I appreciate the almost year now that you've been following. I appreciate even during my hiatus that you stuck around. So let's go ahead and send you over that whisper. So for that code, let's see. We're gonna pull it up. We'll send it over to you, and then we still have the Twitter or the X giveaways that are happening. You can still enter into that one. I'll roll those at the very end of the stream. We're gonna have a season pass and a mystery variant given away there, just for liking, following, and then retweeting that post. And so let me send this over to you in Whisper really quickly. There we go. It should be there. You can claim it through marvelsnap.com. Through their shop or their redeem code, just link your Snap ID and you'll be good to go. So congratulations once again. I appreciate you guys all for being here and hanging out. So let's go ahead and jump over into a few more games. We're gonna see if we can turn our luck around with the Woody Destroy deck. And then NYTS, love your videos on YouTube. Thank you so much. I have such a I'm so fortunate to have such a good community. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. And being here after that hiatus that I took means the absolute world. Toothache, you said, just realized the account I'm logged in on. If I had gotten it, would I be able to get it to my partner? Yeah. Yeah, so it's a redemption code, and so you just use it to the Snap ID. Are you full-time streamer now? Not yet. I would like to be. I think we're really, really close to being able to pull that switch, but we're not quite there yet. And so, next up we have Bean Man. Hopefully they're not still hanging out in chat. Hopefully they paused it. We have Nidavellir, which is going to be great for Venom. Oh, sorry. Let's take away the pinned Gwyn. We're gonna give. We're gonna do the Twitter status. So if you want to enter into that one, we did give away the Gwyn giveaway. That one went over to NYTS, and so this one is still open. We'll run that at the end of the stream, and so all you have to do is like, follow, and retweet. So let's go ahead and go. We're gonna go Zabu into a turn 3 Windpool maybe, but it hitting Taskmaster always feels so bad. And we do have magic that we can use to extend the game to give some better hits on our Venom line. So maybe we do. Because Nimrod going into Nidavellir is going to be so big. I think we go magic, we forego, or we can always magic next turn. But with Gwynpool, we can potentially hit Nimrod, making it even bigger. I'm going to go ahead and snap into it. I miss old Zabu so much. Old Zabu, I ran so much. Being able to do like the Absorbing Man for cheaper, the Spider-Man, all of those lines were great. You said, I wish Panther had a bigger base power. Yeah, bigger base power. He's always really susceptible to Shang-Chi though. But at 5'4", he definitely needs other enablers to make him like potentially viable. All right, so let's go magic to extend the game. The Nightcrawler and the Kitty Pryde. Is this a name more deck? What? Wait, do they have Agatha? It's almost the only time you ever see Nightcrawler move like immediately after it was played. So they do Gwynpool in the left lane. Let's go ahead and play our Nimrod. Next turn we can do Psylocke plus Venom, maybe. And then we have Taskmaster that could copy the power of the Venom. Might want to play Miles. Yeah, maybe. No Agatha, no extra card. Very true. And so, yeah, it could be that they're wanting to enable Miles Morales. With 3 cards being dropped, I could see that. Okay, Hope Summers. There's the discounted Miles, and then Kitty Pryde, giving them additional energy going into the next turn. So we could always do like Wong into Double Destroyer, but I like this line. This gives us a really big Venom. We can decide whether we want to Destroyer to move the Nimrods again, or if we want to do something like Taskmaster instead. So that is an awful lot of cards. They have the Angela, the Mysterio coming down. I'm curious what their big finisher could be. With the Miles Morales, Gwynpool. The Nocturne comes in a touch too late. Thankfully for us, it doesn't rip away Limbo. We do have Venom that's going to spread the Nimrod to mid and right. Seems like a fun deck. Yeah, it's definitely a combo deck, but it does have some really cool potential like win lines and fun plays. So we have the Venom. If we get Arnim Zola here, no, not quite. Arnim Zola would be able to push the Venom here and here, and it would have just been an absolute mess. But instead, I think we go, and we could still lose to a Shang-Chi if they have it here, and choose the right lane to invest more in. Or if we were really worried about the Shang-Chi, we could go Destroyer and push double Nimrod to the left. That would then be double triggered by the Shang-Chi and push more. But I do like the Taskmaster. Let's go ahead and launch it into the right lane and hope for the best. We do get the retreat off of them, and so we will gladly take the 2 where we can. That gives us a little bit of momentum back in our sails, hopefully. See if we can keep it going. You just took Shadow King out of your deck. Oof. That Shadow King would have absolutely dominated us with the Venom. Also, I can't draw Chi to save my life. You'll get us next time. You'll absolutely be able to get us next time. All right, so next up we have Kindle. The first location is Westview. We do have the... I mean, this is a beautiful opening hand. We have Magic into Wong, Shuri, Nimrod. Then we're looking for like Venom or Destroyer.
Oh, snap.
I think we go ahead and snap into it. This deck a lot of times feels like you have a power hand early. And there could be lines where we lose it, but I think we have a strong enough line that I think it's probably okay. All right, let's go Magic to the left. We get some benefit from Weir Island from like the Nimrod that sits there that one time. Yo, Woody, yeah, we came up with it all on our own and definitely didn't get recommended from something that you cooked. So far, I've been enjoying it, Woody. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, you're having a great one. We took it on a conquest run from Proving Grounds up through Gold. We won the Gold Conquest. Been having a little bit of a tough time on ladder versus in Conquest, but still definitely able to do some cool things. And so the Mobius, the Snow Guard, we can't rely on the Limbo anymore. Which almost makes me feel like we need to go Nimrod into double Destroyer. Because the Hawk, I think, is a pretty likely play from their end. This could also allow us to do double Arnim Zola. Either way, it doesn't spread as much power as we typically would like. But I think we need to go with a little bit weaker high end, just with how likely it is that they rip away Limbo. Let's go double Destroyer in mid. That will push here and then push it back. So it spreads quite a bit of power onto the board. So we'll see if it's enough to hang down the Juggernaut. And so it's going to be a single Destroyer trigger into the Hawk. So they are canceling out Limbo, which is perfectly fine. Destroyer still doesn't have to stack into that Nimrod lane. A lot of times you're going to be anticipating the Venom line. And so with the single trigger, we are able to hold down the right lane. We're able to hold down the left. And we will grab the 4 cubes against Kindle. And we will gladly take those. We'll take those where we can. So Woody, did you have quite a bit of luck with this one? I think it was Pusher that popped in and recommended this list to me. And they said that they got it from you. And then Interrobang, welcome in. Sir Famous now being featured on the front page. I hung out for as much of that stream as I possibly could. But you were pumping out some absolute insane numbers. And so hopefully the follow-up streams go well. But glad that you're here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. All right, so next up we have Mr.
Kerfuffle. We have a double Nimrod. Could be kind of fun. We have magic to extend the game. They have the Forge line. Could be looking at the Forge, Brood, Surfer stuff. Ooh, Wong into Onslaught Citadel is always a fun one. If we draw one of the enablers like Shuri, Black Panther, then I think we snap into it at that point. I'm going to wait a turn so that they maybe don't think we're snapping solely on the Onslaught Citadel. But we have plenty of game left to be able to draw those big missing pieces. Games, you said, what's the best way to unlock snap cards if you're free to play? The biggest way is going to be completing your dailies. So logging in, completing those daily missions. It's going to be somewhat slow, but they give really big surges each week with the weekly missions that will help you along. Outside of that, really the only thing that you can do to help that progress is either hit at least rank 90 each season, or complete a little bit of conquest to unlock like the gold and the credits that you can buy from the shop there. But most of your progression is just going to be like going through the daily missions and the paces of that. So the Forge goes in the left lane. We have a regular destroyer, but no way to size it up. Since they can turn off Onslaught Citadel, I don't think we're going to snap into it anymore. But I do think we go ahead and drop the first Nimrod into potentially a quadruple destroyer if they don't yank Onslaught Citadel away. Dosi, you said, I've played a few games with this deck and I'm finding it difficult. Could you maybe briefly explain how to play it? We can try, but it's very much a combo-driven deck. So being able to get either Gwyn pulled down early, get Wong into Shuri, into like an absurdly large Nimrod, gives you a lot of power and potential to impact the entire board. Outside of that, depending on if they have a Shang-Chi, so in Conquest you can know relatively well if they have the Shang-Chi potential. If they have that potential, Black Panther is a little bit risky, so it's like that backup line to the Nimrod. Nimrod is your way to be Shang-Chi proof, because if you can Shuri buff it up into destroying it, even a Shang-Chi wouldn't be able to counter that. The only thing that would be able to hurt it would be the Shadow King, which is a little bit less common. It's one that you definitely want to kind of play a little bit more patiently than some other builds. So the Destroyer comes down, their Silver Surfer comes down, so we could be looking at a potential Absorbing Man. And with just the base 6-power Nimrod, it's not a huge amount of power that we're spinning around the board. We could go Venom. That would put another 12 into each of these lanes, which is not huge, but it might be a difference maker maybe. If they have Absorbing Man, this one goes up by another 4 at least, and potentially a little bit more. I think we're going to stick it out because it only is only one additional cube. You could also Taskmaster. So Taskmaster, I would be a little bit worried about because it's only a 16 power. And so we could Taskmaster one lane, but I think they could feasibly win another, right? Like I think they could most likely drop more than 8 power in the right lane. So an Absorbing Man would be 3, 4, 5, maybe not. Maybe Taskmaster should be the play. But my gut is telling me something like Venom, Psylocke. We'll see. We'll compare at the end. So the Absorbing Man copies the Silver Surfer, which we were anticipating. It depends on what this middle one becomes. Brood. It's a little bit brood of them. So Taskmaster definitely would have won the left lane. But I think this line does it as well. It puts 18 power over there, which should scale more than what their Absorbing Man did. We'll lose mid, but we are able to win left and right. Slow Dive, how's my day going? My day is going incredibly well so far. We've had some really awesome viewership for today, which has beaten a few of my other streams outside of the crazy one that I did overnight, the day that Drops launched.
We've been having a very fun day. We've had a lot of really positive vibes. Some decent climbing on, actually climbing down the stream on ladder. This deck's awful for real? I don't think it's awful. I think it's very much a combo deck. And so it's easy to look at a combo deck and say that if the combo doesn't work, it's no good. But when the combos work, they're good. So almost like a negative deck. If you get negative, that deck explodes. If you don't, then it's one where you kind of play it with that in mind. You retreat for one a lot more often than maybe some other decks. And I think this one is probably very similar. Chat testifies to your sickness. Drink fluids. Yeah, we definitely played sick today. And I'm absolutely fine with having played sick because we've had an incredible stream. I wish I could stream tomorrow for Ajax's release, but I do have to return back to office. We're still working on trying to find a way to transition to full-time. We're gonna make it between the incredible community and all of you guys. We're gonna make it happen at some point. But next up we have Gamer. The first location is the raft. I kind of think we maybe rip it away, but I'm gonna go ahead and Psylocke there just in case. Guys gotta have brood. Potentially, like a forge brood. No, a goose. It's good for the goose is maybe not good for the gander. I haven't seen goose in such a long time. Ooh, the office, yeah. Yeah, we have to return back. I called in sick today, so if my boss asks, we were in bed all day, I promise. G Money, you said I returned to the game last season and was ranked 50,000, and this season I'm ranked just under 6,000. Yep, you can make those big progressions. All it takes is like getting familiar with like the game, the common combos, and you can definitely find ways to make those work. And so I'm glad that you're having a good climb this season, and that you're enjoying the game most of all. So we can go Shuri, Black Panther. We are susceptible to like the big counterplays. Ooh, and then Nocturne also makes it a little bit. Yeah, fast drops aren't a thing. They will get the free raft resource, unfortunately. So it would be something like Black Panther, which pushes us up to 16. But I don't think that's really enough for us to stick this one out with them having a free raft resource. So Negasonic, they're protected in mid.
Wakanda forever!
We could either do Taskmaster to copy it, but I'm not sure that ever wins because I don't honestly know what they're running. I haven't seen Goose in such a long time. Negasonic can just outright win them the middle lane, and the Shang-Chi would be what does us in. They can move Nocturne over, rip away Limbo. Drops in the stream are always fast drops, since time flies when you're having fun. Maybe that's what I need to set as a command. I think we're gonna run out of this one. Who would you use instead of Gwynpool? So potentially Iron Lad. I don't think it's gonna be as good.
Escaped!
I can't Nimrod on mid because of Goose. But if not for Gwynpool, you might try like an Iron Lad. It's not going to be as good, but it can allow you to dig deeper for like a Black Panther, a Nimrod, a Wong, a Shuri, and it feeds into like that Zabu Psylocke synergy really well. Swine, he said, my red flag is I have to play out games to see if I was right. I overstay so much, Swine. Like I stay in some really kind of questionable matches because I have to, like, I like to see the games play out, and that's the only thing I think I don't like about Snap, about Marvel Snap, is that you don't always get to know if you were right or not. So something like Hearthstone, you're always going to see that end of game, so you know. Like if you were able to read that person like a book, if you knew what they were planning on doing, Snap, you have to just, to climb well, you have to accept that sometimes it's just not going to be
the right move to see it play out. Sometimes you're going to retreat for the one with a potential loss rather than staying to see if it would play out. But it's a really hard skill set to learn. And then Oracle, you said, so I'm playing this deck and I get the Nimrod stuff, but have a hard time playing the non-Nimrod stuff. So the non-Nimrod stuff like Gwynpool, Black Panther. So most of it does focus around either Nimrod or Black Panther. Getting the things that set up those big ones beforehand. So either like big Black Panther into Taskmaster or big Nimrod into like Destroyer or Venom is typically like what you're going to be focusing in on. So they do play multiple man. I think we're going to set up Zabu to the left. We get a copy of their Shang-Chi. That was the highest power card that they had. I think we gave them... No, that's their Venom. I was going to say I think we gave them Venom to enable their Phoenix Force deck, but I don't think so. All right, so on 4, we have Wong. If we end up getting like a Black Panther or Shuri, I think we can potentially outscale... Oh, Shang-Chi. I was going to say I think we can potentially outscale a Phoenix Force, but with them having Shang-Chi, maybe not. It'd have to be the Nimrod line instead to potentially make it possible. Have they mentioned why they don't show the end of game plays, even when a retreat? Because I think it's a pretty big part of the skill expression of the game. Being able to like snap with that unknown makes it. I think it's a strategy all of its own to be able to do that well. So we have to be able to do Nimrod here. We can't wait for Shuri for next turn. We could try to do like Psylocke. That would give us 8 energy going to the next turn, which doesn't give us the discount on Shuri or Gwynpool. I think we're just going to do Nimrod and see if we can maybe find a way to pull it out. I just play it out and then get Ms. Marvel emoted. I feel that. I feel that far too much, my friend, far too much. And then JF, he said, I saw someone playing the Havoc challenge yesterday. The rules are that you have to play Havoc when you top deck him, no matter what. Interesting. And so, like, do you keep your curve low so that you always have something to play? I think that's an interesting approach. We got those in the bad order, unfortunately. But I do think we go like a Destroyer here. Into seeing how it plays out from there. Shrine, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So far, our day's been going well. The ranked ladder has been a little bit challenging, but Conquest was good earlier. We've had a lot of good company around. Does Destroyer trigger twice? He does. So since he's on Wong, even though he destroys the Wong, he before his first ability triggers, it queues up the fact that it'll run twice. I like the beard. Thank you. I've been I haven't had to return office yet. And so I've been growing it out until I have to go back. If you play a small scalar deck, you have to pretty much play Havoc on 2. Yeah, that's true. And then it becomes, how do you win as many lanes as you want? Wait, did they rip away Limbo? Did they sneak us out of 4? No.
Wakanda forever!
Black Panther. So the trick he used was no cards over 3 power and Renslayer. I can see that being a good approach for it. And so I don't think from here we have any chance to win. They can do like 8 more. They probably have Shang-Chi. Oh, they definitely have Shang-Chi. Let's get out of here. I think I'm going to run a little bit of a Shuri Taskmaster deck.
Escape!
This combo one just not popping for me yet. Not on ladder anyways. On Conquest it's been doing fine. Well, I mean, we did climb it back up to about I think we're exactly 50%, which is not awful, but not great by any means. And so 6 and 6 is what we ended up running with it. So 6 wins, 6 losses. One of them probably a questionable loss. I think we could have won it with the Galactus had we
not had our soul read. But I think we're going to run a little bit of a Shuri Taskmaster. It has a really high upper end. It falls to a Shadow King, but it does put a lot of power into a lot of lanes. And so you can get quite a bit of momentum going. So we're going to run a quick set of ads real fast, and then we will be right back with a little bit more ladder action. What are those infinite points? The 250-ish? So it is, so that's your rank, your overall global rank. At one point, I think I started the day at 200. And so we've gone down a little bit, but I typically aim for around top
welcome. It took you long enough
to 300 to make sure that we face a good mix of opponents and aren't facing like the upper echelon over and over again. Plus, it gets really stressful whenever you get to that point. And so I'd rather be able to lose a few and not really sweat it versus being like rank 2 and then you end up on a losing streak, and then it, like, I think really mentally is tough. Covert Tactician, thank you so much for the Prime sub and all of the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I'm really glad that you're here and that you're hanging out with us. He said, I feel like replacing Odin with Taskmaster with Odin. Yeah, you could probably try replacing the Odin with, or the Taskmaster with Odin. And then Lord Machiavellian, you said whenever I wake up, I tend to be down a lot of ranks. Yeah, from the passive decay as well. But today, like I launched stream, I think we were at 200. And so you lose a little bit overnight, especially in like these middle rankings. So like if this was towards the end of the season, this would probably be closer to like 500 or 600 versus being 250. So it looks like the ads are just about over. Let's go ahead and launch into a Shuri Taskmaster list, which I think this one has quite a bit of strength as well. And then Covert. I think I mentioned it, but I appreciate you being here and appreciate the support with the Prime sub. We do get, ooh, my goodness. So Elysium comes in, so we have a Athena that scales immediately. I don't want to snap into it, but that also feels a little bit aggressive. Oh, well, that's fine. We're going to play Athena, Kitty Pryde into the Elysium lane. Athena's going to start scaling off of turn 1. We have armor to potentially protect it in case it goes over that Shang-Chi range. And then White Widow, we're not going to be able to be completely capped out as long as we continue playing our Kitty Pryde to the left. And I think we do something like Hope Summers plus Kitty Pryde to the left. In case they're running like a junk deck, they may do like a Green Goblin, and we'll be able to completely block that potential. And we can always drop in like a last turn armor if we're expecting the Shang-Chi. And so, ooh, the Cosmo is interesting. And so we don't have to use armor into the left lane because they're not going to be able to overtake it by any means. And so Xandar will give extra bonuses. We will get a really cheap She-Hulk by the end of this game. And if we get Sunspot, we'll get a pretty big Sunspot as well. So let's go ahead and scale our Athena with just the Sunspot, the Kitty Pryde. And then we'll kind of navigate it from there. Drawing into Red Hulk would be nice. Drawing into the Shuri would be nice, but not necessarily mandatory either. So Miles in mid, just as a base cost card. We do get Red Hulk, so I think we go Kitty Pryde, Red Hulk left, or Red Hulk right. We have one more turn to be able to enable She-Hulk or discounter again, and so something like the Kitty Pryde one more time, and maybe armor, so that we're protecting that right lane, should give us quite a bit of value. The Crossbones in mid is a little bit scary. I think we just push for left and right now. So we can do something like this for this turn. This lane they can't really impact because of the Cosmo. This lane is going to be protected from the Red Hulk. And we do have the extra energy to use these two, but we're just going to let Sunspot absorb it. And then a Taskmaster would be a little bit scary. Otherwise, I think we're perfectly fine here. Unless, of course, maybe they did some kind of clutter over there. But I think it was just the White Widow that they had teched in their deck. And so Korg comes down. The Rock Slide, so the double disruption there. And then the Coal Obsidian is actually really big. What an explosive turn. They only have one card left in their hand. So we're definitely going with the bigger card over to the right. And with Elysium, this is a crazy game for our first one with this deck. We have Kitty Pryde to the left, we have She-Hulk to the right, and both of them are free. And so Sunspot is still going to scale by 7, which is insane. Kitty Pryde is going to allow us to make sure we offset this Widow's Kiss. Athena is going to get gigantic. She-Hulk Taskmaster. So She-Hulk would be 10, Taskmaster would be 10, and then we'd get an extra 3, so it'd be 23 power.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Versus 6, 10, and 7. And so 17, 23. So it's the same. It just allows you to position more of your power to the right. And I think because we have such a commanding lead here, we want to be able to make sure we beat the Hawk. And so I think more power to the right is going to be better than the left. So that's what we're going to focus on. And Maurice Mond, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us up to 24 for the day. I appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. And then like it's easy to make the mistake, like the missed calls or misplays. And I don't mind you guys making the recommendations at all. I was just talking through why I was thinking this line instead of the other. Like I could definitely see like the She-Hulk here, the Taskmaster right, I think that'd be a viable one as well. Not me playing Taskmaster left and losing the game. But you could do She-Hulk left and then Taskmaster to the right. That would have went through. But it wouldn't have put as much power into this right lane, which I think is where we were fighting for. But no, you guys are fine. I don't ever mind like the play recommendations. If I end up taking it and it was the wrong one, like that's on me. If I don't and you guys were right, then you definitely outsmarted me. And so I think either way, I don't mind seeing them come through, and it definitely continues to like challenge my thinking of like that playthrough and see if maybe I missed something. Sometimes we do. But next up we have C Money, the one alphabet above D Money. We're gonna go ahead and throw Nebula, I think, into maybe Grand Central. Then we do have Ravonna, which will give us a cheaper Athena. And so the scaling's not going to be as dramatic as it was on game 1, but I still think it is one that can do a lot of good things. And so I would have just lost the Havoc challenge. And yeah, it's not far away from G Money either. But we'd have to play Havoc if we were doing the challenge. So let's go Ravonna into mid. We then have Athena and then maybe Howard. Yeah, that Ravonna hand is crazy. We have the Iron Man, we have the Athena, the Havoc. And so Havoc's probably going to get played on the last turn of the game. I actually think we're going to snap into it. Let's go ahead and Ravonna. Next turn, we'll make sure that Athena starts scaling. Nebula is decent in the left lane because they don't want to fill too many cards here with Grand Central pulling one in. And so unless they have like a Kitty Pryde or that scaling piece, and it's an Arsham deck, and they have Electro down, so 1 card per turn unless they have a way to destroy that left lane. We have armor in our deck. I kind of think we do something like double drop in the right lane and single drop Athena in mid. We'll save Havoc. I don't think we need more than 2. We do have Iron Man to enable that right lane a little bit further. So I think that's what we're going to settle on. And they can only do 1 card, so they're going to have to look for maybe a way to destroy this one, or they just have 1 card per turn that they can play. And so She-Hulk comes in. I think we go ahead and... we could drop Iron Man, but there's always a chance that Cersei pulls in this left lane unless we play it into mid on the next turn. Maybe we do that.
I am
It's either that or we play Iron Man mid and allow that to scale. So Cersei, we no longer have to worry about that messing up the left lane. So that is a little bit of a relief. We could always go something like Havoc, absorb with the rest. She-Hulk would be 2. We could potentially do Shuri plus She-Hulk on the last turn. Or we play it out this turn and allow Athena to scale. That gives us a better chance of drawing into a better card to the left. So, let's do that. We are going to only have 5 energy going to the last turn. And we'll see how the last of it plays out. Agatha is a little bit scary. We get She-Hulk to the left, which is a good enabler for that Iron Man enabled lane.
Hey,
Beta Ray
welcome.
Bill
It took you long enough.
comes down to the left. I think we just drop Red Hulk mid, and probably we can't drop Red Hulk mid. I think we just drop Cersei mid, and just call it quality at that point. Because the left is big, the right is big. They can only drop 1 card because of Electro. So I think that is where we settle. And Ayo, it's Breezy. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate having you here. Appreciate the support. That bumps us to 25 for the day, which is so much support. We've been streaming pretty consistently, and that sub number continues to grow, getting closer and closer to that sub goal where we would just call in and let our boss know that we're quitting immediately. I'm probably not going to call in on stream. I wish that was a joke because Dara did it. But I'm probably not going to call in on stream.
Victory.
Saw the sub goal and had to, +1. Thank you so much, Ayo. It's Breezy. I do want to increase the number of emotes that we have, especially with us having like a bigger push for subs. But that was very unprofessional of Dara. Well, I mean, he's quitting. Like at that point, he may not be worried about burning bridges. I definitely like I like my boss. It's just the leadership above that point that I haven't necessarily cared for, and so I would definitely do it in a way that, like, if things fell through, like maybe I needed to get a job back, I'd be able to. What's going on with Dara? Wait, as in like him not streaming, or what we're talking about? So whenever he had his subathon. Whenever he hit that sub goal to go full-time consecration, he called on stream and quit his job. At least that's what we were referring to. His real boss probably doesn't mind. Yeah, and if they kind of know that it's coming, so if they knew that he was creating content, then I could see, you know, being able to do something. But my boss, I don't think she knows that I create content or that I even play Marvel Snap, and so it would definitely be like a blind side. So we have Sunspot. We do have we have Hope Summers to help us get some additional energy. We have our Taskmaster line. Subterranean comes in, which is a little unfortunate. But let's go ahead and spread our power into all 3 lanes for now. Hercules gets a little bit scary very, very quickly. We have to hope that maybe they don't draw into many of their movement cards or movement engines with the Subterranea, because we did draw into one of our rocks already. This play will allow us to do Hulk on 5 into a Taskmaster to copy it on 6. So maybe it goes Red Hulk to the right, Taskmaster in mid, and we allow Sunspot to scale. But with the Vulture, they do have Ghost Spider, unfortunately. What's your job? I'm in data analytics, and so I look at a bunch of numbers and metrics, and then format them in like easy to read and decipher ways. So we can go Red Hulk here, and so I put them into like dashboards and easy to consume formats so that the leaders can quickly look at them and know like the stance of where we are on whatever it is that we're measuring. So let's go Red Hulk in the right lane. We have Taskmaster. The Doctor Strange pulling the Vulture back over is super scary. It pushes it back into mid though. And so we're okay with that as long as it doesn't end up in the right lane. We're okay. They could have, I guess, Absorbing Man, which would be crazy over here. But let's go Taskmaster to the left. We're going to absorb the rest in the Sunspot, and then hope that the 20 power in the right lane is enough. So 3 cards. They have the Sage coming down. The Dagger into the Human Torch is not going to be enough. Taskmaster is going to copy the 13 with the Scale from Sunspot. That's going to push us just over that Sage range, and we're going to be able to grab the 2. And this deck is definitely popping off a little bit better for me than our other one. The other one was a fun combo deck, but I think I would leave that one for Conquest, at least for now. And this one I've been having a little bit of RNG. A little bit of luck with the RNG at least. All right, let's go ahead and collect all those fancy moves. I mean, they won mid with the fancy moves. And their hand could have been a little disrupted from Subterranea as well. But right now we're 3 up and 3 down, which is so great. There's a lot of times where decks that I run on stream just absolutely get dominated. So definitely enjoying you guys hanging out, definitely enjoying the stream. I would like to be able to do this full time. Like the 4th of July week was like a tester week to see like if I even like streaming those long hours that much. And I do. Like, I still looked forward to each day launching to the stream, and I was excited to see like what we were able to do and what it turned out to be. So if full time is ever in our capacity, then it's going to be great. But we do have Nebula. I thought about playing it into the right lane, but I kind of want to bait them into playing cards and trying to beat us in Hala into just like dropping the armor on them. So let's go Ravona into, I think, armor plus Kitty Pryde over into the left after that. And they are running an Arisham deck, so they have the capacity to do some bigger plays earlier than us. Ooh, Jean Grey. You said I saw your late night stream. I was like, dang, you putting in work. Yeah, whenever the drops came about, it was definitely something that I intentionally wanted to see, like what those numbers would look like, what we could pull, and if I enjoyed playing those long hours, and I do. Like, I would like to be able to do a 24-hour at some point. And so if we ever do a subathon, that may be one of the goals, is to launch into like a 24-hour stream the next time the drops launch. Because I think it'd be like a cool thing to do at least once. Maybe not all the time, but at least once. Achelian will rid armor. Ooh. Never punished. Lothria, you were right. That was absolutely the right call. But we got very, very fortunate that it did not punish us in any way, shape, or form. We got it right back. Oof. All right. So we could, I think we go ahead and play the Athena, allow her to scale. We're going to use armor in the left lane. After that, it's like a Kitty Pryde plus maybe a Sunspot in Lechugia. So we're scaling in every single lane. And I think, honestly, I think that's enough to snap into. Yeah, we got the Kitty as well. Like, getting that duo was really unlikely. But we definitely got unpunished, or not punished. It was not the correct play for Hope Summers, but we got very fortunate with it. And so the double drop in the left lane, make sure that they win that location, but the armor is going to protect it. And so I think they'll be capped out there. And so all we have to do is beat 14 power in the left. They have 2 of our cards, and so it could be some like low ball stuff like Nebula, Kitty Pryde. But it looks like they got our Red Hulk, which is a little bit scarier. And then we draw our Red Hulk as well. So let's go Kitty Pryde. We could go Red Hulk, but let's go Kitty Pryde into... We'll do Sunspot into the right lane. That allows Athena to scale. That allows us to get some power into the Lechugia. Next turn is most likely going to be Red Hulk plus Kitty Pryde. Unless we drew something like She-Hulk, we may do She-Hulk mid to allow Sunspot to scale more on the right. But it just depends. And we're pretty much never going to use all of our energy, so their Red Hulk gets massive very quickly. No luck, pure skill. All very much calculated. All right, so we can go... Kitty Pryde alone in the left doesn't win it for us. Just ties us. So we would have to do like the Nocturne and then Kitty Pryde elsewhere. I wouldn't want to... Or I guess we'd go Red Hulk and then Kitty Pryde elsewhere. because I wouldn't want to full send this one. Yeah, Nebula, but they're 14, and so it would tie us. So the Kitty Pryde plus Nebula, we would just tie because it just give us 4, right? Okay, there were enough people that I was really questioning my logic there, but we would tie. No, Kitty was 2. And then FYC, I just got back. How long do you plan on streaming? For another, like I'd say another at least 30 minutes. And so that's when we'll do the Twitter giveaway. And then the hydrate reminder. Thank you so much for the reminder. I appreciate it. But that is so far 4-0. A lot of retreats that it's forcing. I think we would definitely potentially be vulnerable to Shadow King, potentially some like really big combo decks. But otherwise, it's felt fairly consistent so far. I just realized there's Hydra and Hydrate. I mean, coincidence? I don't think so. And then got him. You said, Chad, is it worth to open Spotlight Key for Ajax? So I'm kind of low on Ajax overall. Hail Hydrate. I'm kind of low on Ajax overall. I think he'll find his way into some decks eventually, but I think the first couple of weeks with just pure Luke Cage all over the place, I don't think it's going to be great for him performance-wise. And then Scrim, you got the Wolverine variant for watching. I'm so glad. Hopefully it went by quickly, but I'm so glad you were able to pick it up. So let's go Ravona into mid. The Icebox did end up hitting Thena, which is not that big of an issue. Next turn we could either go Hope Summers and then we go Thena Kitty Pryde, or because of Ravona we can still go Thena Kitty Pryde to start that scaling now. And with Castle Blackstone, I think we are going to push to maybe pressure the right lane a little bit earlier than we would have otherwise. So we have a Shuri next turn. We can always Shuri into the Kitty Pryde and end up making it 14 tower. Not this turn, of course. It'd be next turn, but we have that option. I don't know if you've tested this card, but what do you think of War Machine? So I don't own War Machine, but he's another one that feels very difficult to use consistently. And so I'm kind of down on War Machine. Like sometimes you're going to get a really cool play where you get like Infinite or your Ebony Maul or all kinds of cool stuff, but it's not consistent enough for him being that 4-cost, like hard to drop card. It's just what I've gathered from seeing him played. And so we're going to go ahead and drop Hope Summers, Kitty Pryde, both into Castle Blackstone. And I almost want to snap into this. They have Kitty Pryde, Quinjet, Nightcrawler. Oh, we faced them earlier. We faced Beanman earlier. War Machine was never good. Yeah, he was very hyped, but I don't think he was ever good. I think he was playable, but I don't think he was fantastic. Sad because he's very iconic. Yeah, he is a very iconic character. And so I think maybe eventually they do some kind of rework or something to make him a little more viable. So turn number 5 going to 6, we have Shuri into a 14 power Kitty Pryde. We allow Athena to scale. She-Hulk gets reduced a decent amount. We could also do Red Hulk plus Kitty Pryde next turn. And we have a fair amount of flexibility. So the Nightcrawler move to enable Miles Morales on the last turn. If you could buff one card, what would you buff? Uatu. He's a character that I like so very much, but his card is just blah. Nerf Uatu, to be honest. Either that or Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock, I think, is one that like has a lot of potential as a card. It's just not. He's never been able to find a home, and I think the current state of him is not it. So they have to play quite heavily into the right lane to beat the Athena currently. We could do Red Hulk left, Kitty Pryde mid, and And then all of our lanes are a pretty hefty contest. They did use Moon Girl, so they could potentially do... I'm not sure if they skipped entirely last turn. A double Moon Girl might be, or a double She-Hulk might be possible. We're going to find out. What's a good sub for Nocturne? Nocturne's really probably the most flexible card in this list. Really any other either good 3 cost. You could go super... They are contesting for the right lane. And then the Sasquatch as well. With the Mysterio, the double Sasquatch is very scary. We're going to win mid, but we should lose right. Unfortunate. But very well played with the Mysterio. If I was paying a bit more attention, I think we could have called out that the Mysterio was played on 5. But I missed it. And so, yeah, you can do Vision. Vision's a great one. Captain Marvel is also a decent one. Because it can move... Jeff, if you want that lower curve, are I think are the ones off the, yeah. Do you think Uatu seeing all locations would be a big enough buff? Not really. So with locations, we have so many cards that can now... So maybe in the original state of the game, we had much fewer cards that could interact with locations. We didn't have like Jeff that could be played into a location regardless. So you had a lot more impact by that RNG of those locations versus now we have like Jeff that's super common, Nocturne that can change those locations that you don't necessarily want. We have Magic that's very commonly ran, whereas before she was much more expensive. And so I think locational now is that information doesn't do you enough good to typically justify throwing Uatu into it. So I don't know what that change might be. It could be that we look at like either seeing a glimpse of the opponent's deck, so you see one random card from their deck, because we know that if they're looking at the information game, and so like if Uatu's ability needs to be tied to that information and seeing things, that gives you some really strong information that they wouldn't necessarily know what you saw or what you knew. Less valuable in Conquest, but I think it'd be more valuable than locational. Do you read comics? I've read a handful, and so I've started dabbling in them a bit more as a content creator, just because I'm interacting with like all of these characters, and so I get curious what else they're involved in. And so I do read a handful. I've read House of X, and I'm working on a couple of the other ones. Like I'm looking at which ones to start on for some of my like either characters that I didn't know about. So I read a little bit of like a Moon Girl one. I read a little bit about like the Moon Girl and Devil Dino, or just Devil Dino before Moon Girl was even brought into the mix. And then I'm looking at other ones for characters that I like maybe have followed in the MCU a little bit more. So like Spider-Man. Second Dinner so afraid to buff old cards like Uatu Punisher. Yeah. But they'll release cards like Cannonball, Red Hulk. I mean, I understand, because you need the early game cards. Mockingbird. Mockingbird's crazy. Crazy strong. I understand, because you need the early cards to be very simple to understand. You want the person to... Oof. Next Sonic is unfortunate. You want new players to be able to ease into the game in a way that's not super overwhelming. And if you get a card like Thanos right off the jump, like that's super overwhelming. It's hard to like know what to build around him, versus something like Khazar, just throw any one cost drops in there and it's going to be a better deck for having him. And so it's a lot easier from like a deck building mindscape to look at what like the pool one, and that's what they go for, is something that's a little bit more easy to attain and easy to understand. And so it's hard to significantly buff those older cards. I agree. I think Adam Warlock was better at 2-0. You could use him in negative, which was very infrequently that you got benefit from it, but you could use him on for a while I like to use him as a way to curb into like the Guardian cards. So you could do like an early tempo Nebula into Adam Warlock into the Guardian cards, since they were likely going to be playing and fighting for that lane. The Unbelievable Gwynpool is a great comic. I may need to check it out. If it has the recommendation, I may need to check it out. So we have Kitty Pryde that comes back in. They rotated into Mockingbird on the right. We have this lane full. We have 6 energy going into this turn. Let's go ahead and play our Kitty Pryde. She-Hulk's going to go down to 1. Arnhem Zola onto the Stegron is crazy. And so those are all going to stack over on the right. Depending on where that middle Stegron goes, could end up capping them out in the left lane. That'd be ideal, but it doesn't look like it. And then Black Smoke, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We've been having a very fun, incredibly fun stream, and we're glad to have you here. So I think I need to give up on right. We can always do this and scale just, or if we didn't give up on right, we move Nocturne over. Move Nocturne over, She-Hulk into the Kitty Pryde, and then scale with the extra in the Sunspot to the left. That's going to be 8 more power on Sunspot, which is wild. It's either that or we push some power into mid and give up on the right lane. But I like the idea of looking at this. You could gamble with Kitty pulling a Taskmaster. Yeah, you could. The Shang-Chi over here is unfortunate. We should have gambled in mid. Unfortunate. The Collector, the small Collector being the only thing there. We are not going to be able to outscale the massive Shang-Chi play. We win left with the massive Sunspot at 13 power. All we needed was a little bit of reinforcement in mid. Kitty first because of Taskmaster. Yeah, since I moved Nocturne, we ripped away the potential for Taskmaster on the right. Unlucky. That's okay. Black Smoke with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. And I'm actually running low, so we're going to run a quick set of ads. We have them queued up for in 3 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and run them so they don't start in the middle of the game as I run and get some more water. So don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back. We're going to run this for a little bit longer, and then we'll do the Twitter giveaway very, very soon. And so we'll see you guys in just a minute and a half. We are back. So Monk said, "Thank you for timing ads so they're not mid game." I always try to. There's a couple times when it slips through, like when I don't pay close enough attention. But I try my very best to make sure that they don't run mid game, so that they're not impacting like anybody's ability to like view the last turn. If they're mid game, I'd rather them be on the first 2 turns versus turn 6 of a Infinite Conquest run or something like that. So we're gonna go ahead and go back. Next up, we have Rockman0429. I appreciate you guys being here. This season, it feels like a component of climbing is recognizing the bot and trying to finesse 8 cubes. I mean, I think that's always one of the big benefits of being able to climb is if you can identify the bot, you can absolutely punish them. Time to get ready for work. Thanks for the stream, mate, and all the best for the rest of the stream and your night. Thank you so much, Snap CL King. Hopefully you have a great one. I'm glad that you were here to hang out for a little while, and hopefully we catch you again very soon. I'm gonna go ahead and play Ravona into Panopticon, and hopefully your workday goes quickly as well. And so they play Ravona as well. Against Rockman, we have our armor to protect a card that scales a little bit too high. We have Taskmaster to use after the potentially Kitty Pryde, potentially like a She-Hulk. But we'll see what direction that needs to go. Let's go armor, Kitty Pryde left, and then we'll kind of gauge it. This one 50-50. Capitalize on the bots. Yep. If you can do that in like early, if you can do that in the ladder and capitalize on the bots, then you can climb pretty quickly, even at a 50-50. So we can skip here into a 2-power or 2-cost She-Hulk, or we can do Shuri into that be. It'd be a 5-cost She-Hulk. We could play it next turn into Taskmaster plus Kitty Pryde. Now, we have to worry because it is a Mr. Negative deck, and they got negative on curve. The absolute absurd potential that the deck can do. The Mystique, the like Wong stuff, all kinds of crazy combos and shenanigans that they can make happen. And so with Iron Man in the left, we might just give up that location. We do have Taskmaster as a follow-up in the left lane, which gives us 20 power, but depending on what they play, the inverted cards can have so much value. We know that if they had Arnim Zola, they're not able to play it to the left, and then the Sarah on top of it, and the non-inverted cards. So they have 3 inverted resources to leverage and utilize. I think something like this becomes our play, and I don't think it wins. Against Mr. Negative, a lot of times they're going to have like the big explosive turns. Some run Shang-Chi. They did start running Shang-Chi, didn't they? I forgot that some versions of it did run Shang-Chi, Hella Enjoyer. So they may have a Shang for us. And if so, it's only 1 additional cube. If they ever snap, then I think we retreat here. Because they got negative down so early. And then add, you said, what is the recruit season pass? It says I have to finish it, and it doesn't let me play Conquest. Yeah, so the recruit season pass is like your first few games. You're typically playing against bots, and so the double trigger of Sage, the double trigger of Silver Surfer, just a bit too much. Had we known and stacked Taskmaster mid, we could have overpowered it, but we weren't quite lucky enough to be able to do that. But the recruit season pass, it's like your first probably 10 or 15 games. It teaches you like the mechanics. It helps you, or it gives you missions, which will unlock, I think, up to, I want to say Spectrum. It gives you like Ant-Man, Captain Marvel, and so it's basically the tutorial levels. And then after that, Conquest will open up. And so at that point, you wouldn't have to jump on the ladder at all. Thank you for, thank you verbally for giving the TLDR for me. Yeah, it's the one with Blue Marvel. And so it's one you can typically complete pretty quickly. They actually changed the one pain point for me in early game in having to complete so many daily missions. They took that one out. And so look at your missions. There are season pass missions. They should be the purple ones down below your dailies. And so you have to complete that. You may have to complete games with like certain cards to be able to finish it off. So next up we have Rocket. The first location is Pet Mansion. We have Athena. We have Hope Summers to get some extra scaling. We have our Kitty Pryde to allow Athena to just absolutely pop off. I almost want to snap into it, but with this being an Arsham deck, we're going to play it a little bit slower. Let's go Athena into the left lane. Next turn's probably just Hope Summers into the next turn being like Nocturne plus Kitty Pryde, we get extra energy there, and we can use that Nocturne as that mobile resource. So the wave coming in, I know that they were popular. I know that somebody was popularizing a Galactus Arisham deck. I'm not sure who it was that ran it first, but that thing is floating around. We don't have initiative, so we can't stop it anyways. So we might as well do something like Hope Summers mid in case it's Galactus. We know it has to be there. Leech is a little bit unfortunate too. Do you have the list? No, but it was on X somewhere. I'm sure I could find it. See if I can find it for you guys. And so the Leech is unfortunate, but it's also not the end of the world either. I think we go ahead and go Kitty Pryde here. Sunspot scaling dramatically in the big house could be a game changer. We also have She-Hulk that's going to get really cheap because of our ability to scale Hope Summers here. So I almost still want to snap into it, but we're gonna play it a bit more passively. So Chaos Pro did something with Arisham and Galactus. I'm not sure if that's the one that I was seeing kind of pop around. So maybe I have to dig a little bit further, but it is something that people are now like playing around with and toying around with. That Blink Galactus deck, is that the one that's been kind of being popularized? You said, oh, you play the Shuri Taskmaster deck? Yeah, I've been having a decent amount of success with it on ladder so far. I really like the extra pieces that this one uses to like ramp up like the Ravonna engine, help with Athena. It kind of helps have a... You said Dara made a video on Shuri Galactus Gwynpool. That may be Iron Fisted the Shuri out of the way. Wild. That man is wild. So we can go do this. That's going to give us a 1-cost She-Hulk. We have 1-cost Kitty Pryde that we could use both into mid next turn, potentially. Either that or we throw a bigger card in the left lane. We allow Sunspot to continue scaling. It's always scary to play a deck with no tech cards. I mean, it is, but this one can put a lot of like kind of flexible enough power that it's usually not a huge detriment. Like this game, I mean, we might get just outscaled by like that Blink bringing out the blob, but it still does a pretty sizable amount of impact each and every game. Like if we were confident in our right lane ability in something like Nocturne, we could do Shuri into She-Hulk. That would give us 21, 24 extra power in the left lane. And we still scale 2 more in the right. I think we're going to do that. We're going to, actually, unless we think we need the extra 1 in the right lane, Kitty Pryde is going to be more in the left lane than letting Athena scale. So we're going to go ahead and send that. It may not be, ooh, with the big house, it is most definitely not enough. And so let's see what they drop. The Shadow King, super unfortunate. And then Shanna coming down, depending on what drops in mid. Howard the Duck, I don't think is going to do it. Kitty Pryde to the left, not going to do it. We should win right, and I think we're going to be able to outscale the left with that massive 20 power She-Hulk coming in. The Shadow King was big, but good thing we weren't, yeah. The throne room was clutch. Luckily, we don't need the Sunspot. Otherwise, without the Shadow King, we would have won it. But Nocturne came in big with the throne room. We'll take those absolutely calculated victories where we can. We've been having a lot of good RNG luck with this deck so far. I think at one point we were close to 70% win rate. I'll double check what it is now. So we're 8 games in with almost a 63% win rate. It's 62.3, so 5 wins, 3 losses so far. Super small sample size, but it does feel like it pretty consistently drops quite a bit of power. And Sunspot, I like being able to use Sunspot again. He was always one of my favorite cards early in the game, and he kind of got power crept out of relevancy for a little while. And I think maybe this helps him come back, being able to have that scaling power reduction in like the She-Hulk. The Hope Summers giving you additional units and energy to be able to scale it. And so Misty Knight comes down in New York. It is a high Evo build. we're going to go ahead and drop the Sunspot into the right lane. That way we have 2 pieces that are scaling. Killmonger is not super common right now. I said, man, I remember a time when everyone and their grandma just put Sunspot in any deck. He was your way to be able to build bad decks so that you didn't have to worry about your curve. And not necessarily bad decks, but it gave you a way to not have to worry about that energy curve, which was so useful. Especially like earlier on in the game when decks couldn't do absolutely crazy things. He said, might as well. I still don't have a variant for him, and got hundreds of boosters. I have a couple hundred boosters. If we're talking about Sunspot, I remember I think I still have a couple hundred, if not maybe more. It might be like 1,000 or more. I had a load of Sunspot boosters for a very long time, and then we settled on this one. I liked the shimmer on it because it does kind of match the splash of the water coming off of that particular variant. So I like doing, maybe it's Armor Kitty Pryde here. We could always go Armor Kitty Pryde Ravonna. Let's go ahead and lock that in. We can always shift some stuff over. Since Sunspot was your first ink. Yeah, the first ink split, I remember, I think Chavez was my first, it was my first gold, but I don't remember what my first ink was. But Chavez is definitely a solid, or Sunspot is definitely a solid one. We do get the discounted Taskmaster. Let's go ahead and play Kitty Pryde here. She-Hulk's going to be free next turn, so we can have at least 18 power and then some soak with Sunspot or the Kitty Pryde coming down. You said you slotted Elsa for Nocturne, but definitely buying Nocturne with tokens. Yeah, Nocturne's a fun one. It's fairly flexible. Like, it doesn't feel required, but it does help out with that locational RNG. And so the extra turn here actually gives us quite a bit of extra scalability in Sunspot. I think we go Athena, Kitty Pryde. She-Hulk will go back to 1, but I think that's okay. Our Sunspot's going to scale huge here. I think we see a skip into whatever they try to flood next turn. And I think we can probably outpace what they're wanting to do. And so I'm expecting like either an evolved Hulk plus a She-Hulk or Infinite plus She-Hulk. And I think we can potentially outscale it depending on where they place those resources. So something like She-Hulk here, Taskmaster would give us an extra 9, 10, 11, 12 in mid, pushing us up to 26. If they did 20 in Limbo with an Infinite, it wouldn't win. She-Hulk should go with Sunspot. But at the same time, we could do this. This would give us 9. We wouldn't beat a She-Hulk play over here. Pride left forces them to play there too. That's true. We forego the Athena scaling. They have to compete for all 3 lanes. Because a lot of times I think they're only going to drop 2. So if they drop Infinite here, we should be able to win this one. If they drop, I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna let that rip. It scales Sunspot a little bit less so, but at least we have where they'll have to play cards into Oscorp Tower. And so 1 to the left, 1 to the right. Let's see if the right lane is big enough. If that's the She-Hulk, if that's the Infinite to the right and She-Hulk to the left. No, just Abomination. And Cyclops. Ooh, what an unfortunate last turn. Turn 7 and they didn't have something bigger. Yeah, definitely a weak one to stay on. I mean, we'll take those, but that doesn't feel like we earned that victory. It didn't feel like they had their ideal line, but we still take those where we can. A cube is a cube. All right, let's launch into one more and then we'll do the Twitter drawing. And so if you haven't already, the pinned message in the chat is the Twitter or X status. Make sure that you follow that, you like the post, you retweet it, and you follow me on X or Twitter. and that will enter you into either being able to win a season pass or a mystery variant. And so free to entry or free to enter, just following and giving that boost, that post a little bit of boost in engagement. So we're gonna go ahead and go Kitty Pryde to the left. We have Ravona. Hope Summers is also fantastic in this kind of shell. I'm really enjoying this version of like the Shuri Taskmaster stuff. Mindscape, I think, is a little bit tough for us. But if we go Ravona, we may be able to get most of our cards played out before turn 6. They could also rip it away with the Hawk from Snowguard. Such a good hand. It is such a good hand with the Ravona coming down. Like, we can get some big things going, and it kind of helps us scale into playing all of our cards in case Mindscape actually triggers. And so we could enable Athena this turn if we weren't worried about Mindscape. I think we would drop Athena this turn. But since we are kind of worried about it, I think it becomes like a Sunspot, Kitty Pryde, Athena next turn. Into seeing what it looks like from there. And then Black Smoke. You said not having X, but good luck to everyone who's participating in the giveaway. Oh, well, I appreciate it, Black Smoke. And so Polaris pulls our Ravona out of mid, and then Killmonger is wild to save us from getting the rock in Eternity range. Good thing we didn't drop like our Sunspot Nebula. We dodged an X-Mansion bullet there for sure. Let's go something like Nebula. I think we'll go Athena. Sunspot, Kitty Pryde. Next turn, we could play maybe just Kitty Pryde and whatever we draw. That will allow She-Hulk to... Ooh, wait. No, yeah, we can play She-Hulk and Kitty Pryde, even if she's not reduced. We have so much extra energy from the Hope Summers. And so they'll get one card off of us, and I think we're going to get quite a bit from them. It is an Arisham deck. They do have the Hawk on their end, so we have to look out for that as a potential line, but I don't think we play as if they're going to turn it off. I think we have to play as if they're not, and then we kind of adjust if they don't. So let's go Kitty Pryde. I'm going to play the She-Hulk here, allow Athena to scale. Sunspot's not going to get super big because we are playing a full-cost She-Hulk. But if they switch this around, they will get our arm. Okay, so they do disable it. They do get our armor, and that's it. We're going to keep our Sunspot, or our Kitty Pryde. And then Secret Warrior, welcome in. Let's get these drops. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So the armor goes to them. No. Oh, the armor doesn't go to them. It would have had they not turned it off. So we have something like maybe Red Hulk to Kitty Pryde. Doesn't scale this lane much. Depending on if they move their Nocturne around, I don't think it's a super strong finish, but it's the finish that we're going to go with. The Shang-Chi is kind of scary here, maybe. So Shang-Chi comes in. We have the 4-power Kitty Pryde. We're actually going to outscale them. The 4-power Kitty Pryde, the Athena that's going to scale after the game ends. We're going to be able to win this middle location and the right and find a way to claw our way back to the winning line. Even if it wasn't super clean or super straightforward, we found a way to win. And those are the decks that I like to run. And so with that one, let's see what our stats are with it overall, because it's a little bit more. I think we got maybe 10 or 11 games in with it, and it performed pretty well for what it is. And then we're gonna do the X giveaway, so you have a couple more seconds if you want to go to the X post in the pinned comment and like, follow, and retweet. I'll load that up just as soon as we check our stats. And so 70% win rate over the 10 games is not bad at all, especially when we were kind of struggling with a few of the other ones. Definitely not a bad run for 10 games. I would want a bigger sample size before saying it's super strong, but it definitely feels at least competitive. He said I skipped Athena because I wanted Cersei in Arisham. And that's tough. Athena is one of those that she has a lot of synergy with Ravona. She may get tuned a little bit. Either that or I think Ravona may be on the chopping block for the next over the air as well. But let's load up the Twitter picker. And we're gonna load up the winners for the mystery variant and the season pass.
Introduction. The allure of free. From the
Let me pause it. All right, so we're loading up the list now. I'm going to try to change the scene, but it has been freezing my OBS from time to time. So that's why I haven't changed the scene much today. But we're going to give it our very best shot here. Hey, we survived. All right, good deal. All right, and so we have the Twitter picker. We have the post loaded up. So we're going to have 2 winners. The first one listed is going to be the one that gets the mystery. They're going to be the one that gets the season pass. The second one will be the mystery variant. And so tweet count, you can have any number of tweets as long as you didn't just create your account within the time I posted to make sure you couldn't spam multiple ones. That's how we have it set. And then any number of, you don't have to be an active tweeter to be able to be involved either. And so let's go ahead and move over into step number 2. We have 526 entries loaded into the potential chances here, and we'll go ahead and move it over into step 3 for the draw, and we will begin the draw here. We have the first one, which gets the season pass. The second one gets the mystery variant. We have Yanu for season pass, Nemo for the mystery variant. So we'll reply with the winners. So this one would be, and this one would be the mystery variant. All right, and that is going to be the winding down time. I have to get ready to go pick up my daughter from daycare, and so that's going to be the winding down time for the stream. Who do we have to raid over into today? Let's look to see who's live. We have Dexter that's jumped up recently. We have Obi Halved. We have Perry Manilow, which is always I always giggle at his name a bit. Do we have anybody that we particularly want to jump over into? I always like to take recommendations for the raid. You guys like Perry? He's doing bingo night? All right, and Noah, thank you for hanging out, you guys. It has been an incredible stream. I had so much fun with you guys today. Hopefully we can do it again very, very soon. We're going to send over to Perry Manilow this time around. And so give them a good old TLSG welcome when you get there. Let's start the raid, and then I'll send you guys in about 10 to 15 seconds. Hopefully you enjoy Perry Manilow when you get there. And hopefully we catch you again very, very soon. I don't think I'll be live tomorrow unless my sickness extends. But we will see you guys very soon. Thank you guys again.
We put on oh, there he is. TLSG coming in with the